What's up, guys?
Oh, how's it going? We're back
So,
after a
for
week
those
off.
yeah. For those who have not seen my last two streams, this stream will not be like those streams. It's mostly a crash out by me, to be honest. These last 2 weeks have been just Chris crashes out for no good reason for many hours at a time. So
what did you crash out
tonight's
on last
crash
time, John?
polygamy.
Oh,
Yeah, I have a 2-hour video coming out tomorrow or on Friday. So yeah.
can we get
Anyway.
a preview?
Listen, from what I watched from the live stream with that guy, I think you had a valid reasons to have a crash out.
Wait, you talk about your polygyny debate on our stream, or?
Yep. And
okay.
on my stream with Israel, and then in the comment section, because that also spilled over.
Oh, so you weren't you weren't debating Israel on it, were you?
No, I wasn't debating Israel. No.
Oh, okay.
That was during the presentation of the Talmudic dilemma, actually.
I'm assuming he's
randomly.
He just randomly brought that up during the presentation of the Talmudic dilemma.
Yeah, because we finished the Talmudic dilemma. He's like, "Hey, okay, we'll open it up to questions now. Does anyone want to call in about this topic?" And then we had him call in about polygyny.
The same guy.
The same guy. Yeah. And I was like, okay, I mean, that's not the topic, but sure. And then a bunch of Jews called in and just complained about Israel, because that happens literally all of his streams. So then we had like one person actually ask about the material I spent like an hour and a half presenting on.
What's Israel's opinion on polygamy?
That it's generally not a good idea.
Okay. I didn't know if he had like any input or anything.
I mean, the Bible makes it pretty clear. It's not a great idea, especially in the Old Testament. You shouldn't do it. And it was anyway. Video's coming out Friday. I could complain about it again for another couple hours, but it's not super useful.
You know what's interesting is when I was, whenever the guy was like, sorry, Chris, whenever the guy was like, are you saying that Yahweh compares himself to a polygamous man, but somehow polygamy is not okay? I was like, well, Yahweh actually compares himself to quite a few things in the Old Testament. I don't know if you've ever read it or not, but like there's like a bunch of things that he compares it to that you're like, he compares himself to, not like as a whole, but in certain aspects. And so like when we were talking about polygamy, the whole multiple wives thing wasn't exactly Yahweh's point whenever he was talking in Jeremiah. He was mostly just talking about the fact that their disobedience led to a split kingdom and how it was bad for them that happened. But instead, Buddy was like, well,
there it goes. Obviously, it's good.
Yeah, Yahweh compares himself to like a ton of things in the Old Testament that if you were to take it like that seriously, you'd be in trouble.
See, Chase, you're thinking too much about it. You just have to let yourself get as many wives as you want. And then, I made this banner a while ago, the first time I got triggered by them. So we interrupt this program to bring you a special report that this just in, polygamy is still bad no matter how you dress it up. Yes, I'm talking about you weirdos who have a weird fetish about having a rainbow of women. That isn't marriage. That's corn destroying your brains and your souls. Real marriage is a sacrifice and loving your wife like Christ loved the church. That means to sacrifice your desires, your wishes, your pleasures for the sake of the family and your children. Not to play Sultan and get a bunch of mindless robots to fulfill your sinful desires. Repent, seek Christ, be fulfilled by the love Yahweh has for you, and be satisfied with the deep relationship you can have with him. So, wrote that in a fit of rage, a big go. Anyway, I don't need to relitigate all that nonsense. This stream is gonna be on basically a chapter of my book on the origins of the arguments against Muhammad, on both the Talmudic dilemma side, so people like accusing him of being a Jew, and also on just some of the other ways we can like demonstrate he's not a real prophet. So almost every polemic we use now was already used by like 800. So like 200 years after Muhammad, they used all this stuff. Like we are basically just rehashing all the things that they came up with. Yeah. Anyway, so I want to go through that. I also want to bring up, because I have other people who are doing similar things to what the Pelagians are doing and are Muhammad mythicists who are using my argument to demonstrate that Islam is even more fabricated. So I want to go through the history of that as well, because that's not a new idea either. At least of like Jews and Christians fabricating it for specific purposes. Not that Muhammad didn't exist. That was not. That's not super ancient. So, thoughts about that before we jump into all the stuff I made?
Well, according to Prophet J. Smith, nothing out of your mouth is profitable for, teaching or proof in doctrine. So, there's that.
It's funny you mention him. So this is from J. Smith.
So I'm just kidding. I don't actually know if he even cares or knows about any of us. That's okay.
He probably doesn't. But yeah. So I do want to go through.
What?
I said maybe Usama could name drop us.
Oh yeah. Well, I'd rather maybe we keep us out of J. Smith, but maybe I don't know.
I love J. Smith. He's a great rhetorician. He's done a lot of great things for the kingdom. I think he's gone off a little bit of the deep end with the mythicism stuff.
I know he's getting like really belligerent with it.
Yeah. So this is his argument. So basically, if we're gonna prove he's going against Urban Ibrahim. So
yeah, that Calvary Chapel video gets shared like every other day to me.
Yeah. God bless. I forgot to put the comments on.
God bless LA. Ooh. Love you, bro.
I also forgot to turn off ads for this stream. Hold on. I need to do that before you guys get served a bunch of ads. I forget about them. People complain about it. No, it's not.
We don't have to set any of that stuff on ours, do we?
No, we're not.
You do. Once you're monetized, you do.
Oh, well, yeah, once you're monetized. But if you're controlling the stream, would we have to do it still? Okay.
It's a YouTube thing. It's not.
Yeah, okay.
StreamYard says it does it for you. It doesn't. It fails.
Okay. You
have to manually go into YouTube Studio and set the thing every single time, and it's really annoying. Awesome. Anyway, so I want to point out these two things here. I don't want to go through a lot of his arguments. I guess I could highlight it quickly. Mary Arb recently made a website dedicated to debunking mythicism. And it is a massive work. She spent 4 months in it and basically a fit of rage. From the moment that she had her interaction with Jay Smith up until about 5 weeks ago. From that, so for half a year, she was just going hard in the paint on a website dedicated to that. I'll put that in the link to the description of this stream afterwards if I remember to do it.
Is this your presentation or?
This is Jay Smith's presentation, given by Cross-Examined whenever he gave a talk for them. So this is on Cross-Examined's website. Yeah. So Muhammad is the most historically supported person in history. One of the most historically supported people in history. I would actually argue that that's true. Muhammad has more historical support than Jesus. I would absolutely argue that this is true. I'm a Christian. I have all the sources on what we have for Jesus. I started writing a book on it. And we'll eventually finish that book. That'll probably be my 3rd or 4th book that comes out in the series of books I'm writing. We have 15 or so witnesses of Jesus within the first 200 years, outside and inside of the church. So you have a bunch of Greeks, Romans, Africans, you have a bunch of people writing about Jesus, and you have several church fathers. You have at least 3. You have Justin Martyr as well. So you have 4 or 5 early 2nd generation or 3rd generation accounts of Jesus. You have significantly more than that for Muhammad. most of that's just because he's 600 years later and because he started conquering the whole world instantly. So within 30, 40 years, you have like a dozen or so different people writing about it that we still have, let alone all the things that we don't have anymore. So we're going to go through a lot of these sources to show that, yes, we do in fact have more historical support for Muhammad existing before the Abbasids, because that's one of their big claims. The Abbasids made it all up. We have significantly more for Muhammad being a real person before the Abbasids than we have for Jesus existing at all, which is kind of insane how much we have for him. But we have significantly more evidence that, a mustache man ruled Germany for, what was it, early 30s to 44. So like 13, 14, 15 years. We have a bunch of evidence. We have videos of him. Like, yeah, the later things go in history, the more evidence you have of that person's existence. But we still have a ton for Muhammad. It's kind of insane. And then these are actually a really good question. Why did the Sunni and Shia divide? This is one of Raymond Ibrahim's main points of, you have no real explanation for the Sunni and Shia split and subsequent 1,000 years of bloodshed, unless it literally has an origin. Like if the Aisha narratives are all false and man-made in the 700s and 800s, then why did the Sunnis and Shia start killing each other before that point? I have no idea.
Real quick. So
goes through that. Mm-hmm.
Let's say, I thought Jay was a mythicist. How come he's given, this is one of two questions. How come he's given this presentation? Did you say that he gave this presentation?
Yeah, this is his presentation. So this is Dismantling Islamic History, and this is Jay Smith, 2025. And this is the Calvary Chapel.
Right. But I thought his whole thing was that Muhammad didn't exist. So how come, or is he like going to break, like, is he going to talk about the point and then show how that's false?
Yeah. So
right, never mind. I didn't read the top part. It was out of the shot there for a second. I'm that was great.
These are Raymond Ibrahim's points, and I agree with Raymond Ibrahim on pretty much all of these.
Right. Second question. I would say Muhammad did exist. So let's say he exists. Let's say that we do have really good Islamic and outside of Islam, or is it extra Islamic evidence for his existence? What percent of the stuff about him do you think is just made up, though? Like, about how much of it
in the Hadith and Sirah?
Yeah, like, well, like, even the Quran, like, I wouldn't say that the whole Quran was spoken by, I don't know.
No.
I don't think the whole Quran was spoken by Muhammad.
Yeah, the Uthmanic recension is definitely different than the original Quran.
Right.
How much of that was influenced by like Abdullah ibn Salim or Qayyab al-Akhbar or the other like Jewish and Christian converts that came not with the Muhammad but came with the Sahaba who influenced them. They relate the vast majority of the Israeliyat within the traditions of the Sirah and the Tafsir and the Hadith. Like, they have a massive influence in early Islam. Did they also influence the Quran? Because the Quran, like, we have the earlier pamphlet sets from Sana. We have those writings and they're different than the Quran we have now. There's a bunch of additions to it, and you can actually spot the additions because it's different Arabic style. So like the first surah, for example, Surah 96, the pen, the middle section of that surah is obviously inserted from later in history, and it's a different hand that wrote it. Now, could it have been Muhammad inserting verses later on? We get that in the Hadith. Like, Muhammad would obviously, like, he would just like randomly come up with a thing and say, hey, go throw it in that surah or go throw it in that collection. Or he would just recite it. So like, the Quran itself appears, according to even the Islamic sources, to just be haphazardly thrown together, and there's not really much rhyme or reason to it. There's some clusters of things, like the magic letters at the beginning of all the things, like Taha. There's 6 of them that all have the same letters, and they are all grouped together. So like, oh yeah, those surahs should go together. They're all the same beginning. but the content itself is only like loosely related. Now there's some of them are like the content flows from one to the next, but it's not really chronological. It's not really super super well based on biggest to small. So like the Quran itself is kind of a hot mess, and we have very little confidence in what was given when, why, how, by who, and how much of it was changed after Muhammad died. We don't know. We know that there's variants because they burned them. Like that's in the Islamic sources. We know there's variants because we have evidence of it through manuscripts, and we obviously the Qur'an and all that is like those are differences too. But yeah.
Anyways,
I think it's a stretch.
Anyway. Regarding my question, how much of the like hadith material and like the sirat would you say is made up?
The later hadiths, the vast majority. The earlier hadiths, a good portion. I wouldn't say all of it, but a good portion of it. There's a lot of stuff that's embarrassing. There's a lot of stuff that's just like the Prophet ate chicken.
Well, I don't think that's made up, but I don't know that like I don't like I could say, oh well, you know, Chase drank Dr. Pepper, and like I like Dr. Pepper a lot, so chances are, and also America likes Dr. Pepper, so chances are Chase drank Dr. Pepper. So I think that's a pretty fair and understandable statement. But like some of the other ones, where it's like even if it's a believable story, do I think that happened? I don't really know. Like, is there any way to know?
Right. I mean, ultimately, not really. Like you can do a preponderance of evidence based on the sources, because we do have early biographies. We do have hostile accounts that are all relating the same narrative. So like the fact that his mom was Amina and his dad was Abdullah, the fact his wife was Khadija, the fact his daughter was Fatima. We have so many sources that relate that early. Like very early. Like we have a source that names his parents in the 660s. So like almost immediately, like 20, 30 years after Muhammad, we have a source that names him and his parents. So
does it also name the fact that he was in the womb for like 4 years or whatever?
No, it doesn't.
Him and Ace from One Piece.
Oh man, there's so many funny stuff in the Islamic sources. Anyway,
my favorite argument that David Wood has used is like the evidence is just so embarrassing to not have some type of truth. Right? There's just so much. It's like it's actually better if he was real.
It seems like he's a real person. He seems like a big idiot. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean or anything, but like he just seems like I'm like, yeah, I don't know why you would make this up about somebody. He seems just like a big nutcase.
Yeah.
Which that's the same criterion we use for Jesus as well, the crucifixion. So if you want to throw out the criterion of embarrassment, you're also throwing out a good bit of stuff for like Christianity and Judaism.
The thing is that it's actually flipped for the Lord Jesus, because the Lord Jesus sounds like literally the wisest person to have ever existed. Like you read the Bible and you're like, wow, a person said that, like a real human being said that. And you're like, oh, there's no way somebody could have just made that up. Like his whole mic drop with man was not made for the Sabbath, but the Sabbath for man. It's just like, what do you do with that? Like no Jew is going to say that.
Right. Yeah. It's pretty incredible. Again, I've been going through John on my Monday live streams. They've been pretty base. Last one I was a pirate. The one before I was a gorilla. You
were Captain Crunch, right?
I was Captain Crunch of the sugary scourge of the seven seas.
Right.
Yeah. So if you haven't checked those streams out, they've actually been really deep. I've been bringing up like the Talmudic sources of like what Jesus is responding to, and how he's dunking on the Pharisees. It's pretty cool. Anyway, so this is Jay's stuff on, this is the history of the caliphates, and you can see very, very early on. So I'm going to bring up like 15 sources before 750. So by the end of the Umayyad dynasty, you have all of this land already conquered, including most of Spain, and they're attacking England, and they're attacking France. This is important for one of the later critiques of it, but we have early sources for that specific battle and engagement before the Abbasids conquered and took over and became the caliphate.
I appreciate that England largely repelled the Islamic invasion of the like 700s, right, but then could not manage to get the Pakistanis out of their taxi cabs, you know? Like,
different folk.
Different folk indeed.
So the Defenders of the West is such a based book.
I'm reading a book on the Templars right now. And yeah, it was a very different time.
Oh yeah. People were like, see, I was talking to my friend about this the other day. I say the other day, this is like last year. I was like, Hudson, you know, you give me a sword, a shield, and some armor, I'll die a happy man. He was like, yeah, I agree. Hey, that's valor, honor, bro. That's what I'm saying.
I'm bringing some new orders.
Motivating. Dude.
Anyway, we don't need to do like Dustvolt. So Jay's, and this is like just the standard mythicist claim is that, oh, well, we should expect it to be fully formed by 661, just when Ali died from assassination. All these dudes died from assassination.
Does he mean like Islam as a religion to be fully formed by that time?
Islam is a religion. The Quran exists. The Quran is spread. And at the end of the Rashidun period, we have this orange. So it's already captured most of Persia, all of Arabia, some of Egypt, like the important bits of Egypt, I should say.
Well,
and then like going up towards Tripoli.
I'm just saying that how do you define fully formed? Because if you like, I don't understand what you mean by fully formed, because Christianity to me is like a whole different ballgame, because the apostles knew what was going on from the very beginning, whereas Muhammad died kind of suddenly. I don't think anybody really expected him to die when he died, and everybody was just kind of like, oh shoot, you know. Whereas Lord Jesus died and everybody knew the plan essentially. And so everything was established really quickly. Whereas with Muhammad, like he just said a bunch of like garbage and then like died, you know? So like, what do you mean fully formed religion? Because it can be, how do you make a fully formed religion out of the Quran? What does that even look like? They still don't know.
Yeah. So I need all the extra stuff they added.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So like, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, like, they have to make a bunch of stuff up and make a bunch of stuff up about the dude who died, you know, like 50 years earlier, and then keep doing that for another like 100 years. So then it's like, well, I mean, I guess by that standard, like no fake religion was ever really fully established until like hundreds of years after, because like, I mean, Greek mythology continued to expand and become new, and like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just a little bit of a different situation.
Yeah. So this is a incredibly, I don't want to say a lie, but this slide is deeply wrong.
Dishonest, maybe?
Yeah, I don't want to say dishonest because I don't know if they actually just don't know about the material, or if they are lying. I don't know. Because first off, these are not all the categories of stuff we have. We also have specifically the Maghazi writings. So these are the biographies of Muhammad, or the biographies of the companions of Muhammad. And we have like Ura ibn Abba Zubair. What is his name? Zubair. That's 713. So right here, we have one of the companion writings that is super early from Muslims. You also have the Kitab al-Maghazi from Musa ibn Uqba. You have Wahab ibn Minabaz, 728 writings as well. He also wrote a companion index. And you also have the biography of Mamar ibn Rashid, which is in 770. So you have Ibn Ishaq, but you also have other biographies and other companion writings before Ibn Ishaq. Ibn Ishaq's not the earliest. And we also have quotations of Ibn Ishaq outside of Ibn Hisham. Ibn Hisham's not the only source we have for Ibn Ishaq. Al-Tabari quotes him a lot, Qutbi quotes him, but also so do Christians. Christians quote Ibn Ishaq before Ibn Hisham, and sometimes in more detail. So because he always says, "Oh, well, Ibn Ishaq is written in 765," but we don't have Ibn Ishaq. We just have Ibn Hisham, who says that he deliberately removed a lot of Ibn Ishaq, which is true. He did. We have stuff from Ibn Ishaq that are quoted by other people that Ibn Hisham didn't include. So we can still reconstruct much of Ibn Ishaq outside of Ibn Hisham. And Galame's later 1800s reconstruction of Ibn Hisham. We have a lot of early sources for this.
Yeah, I don't understand why the recensions of the hadith is the criteria either, because especially with the Talmud, one of the things that I came to realize after studying some of the material is that so much of the Gemara in the Talmud was not obviously not the debates, because that was actual things that happened in history, but a lot of the stories and understandings and ideas came way before 600, way before 400, way before Judah Hanasi. There's a lot of Second Temple stuff in the Gemara, and so just because it was it wasn't rescinded and doesn't mean that it was that was when everything was made up. Especially, I don't know, especially considering how unfocused those people were on anything other than themselves. And because with the Christians, they were largely focused on the gospel, largely focused on making sure that the church continued despite intense persecution and all that stuff. So they were prolific writers. They wanted their stuff to survive. Whereas I feel like the Muslims didn't really expect things to go on much longer after they died.
The early ones didn't, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of
later ones did.
Well, right, but Muhammad died and a bunch of people just left. And so I have a feeling that a lot of those people were like, well, it's just going to be the same way with us. So they didn't really probably have much reason to be super historians, right. Athanasius.
Well, they were all doomsday cultists.
Eusebius. Right, yeah, they all thought everything was going to end. They all right. I don't know. It's well, I've been looking into Seventh-day Adventism, and a ton of people sold everything that they had because they thought Jesus was coming back in 1844. And it was well, he didn't come back, and then all those people are now broke. so it's I can imagine your prophet being well, the world's going to end before this 10-year-old boy gets much older. So, and you're just oh, okay, great. Let's do it. Let's conquer the known world.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have that timeline. Then he also makes this point that Ibn Hisham was from Basra. And then al-Bukhari is really, really, really far away in Bukhari, Bakra. And then al-Tabari is also far away. They're named after where they lived. But Baghdad becomes the center of the Abbasids.
Or are they named after the place?
I don't know. That'd be a good question for Google.
No,
I do not have
I didn't
answer
know
myself.
That.
No, I don't know. I don't know that offhand. So Baghdad becomes the center of the Abbasids. And that's where the center of Islam kind of was. All the centers of writing were in and around Baghdad because that was the Persian Empire. And then they took over the Persian Empire, well, the Persians are technically more east, but like all of this was massively built up. And they basically just took over the settlements that already existed. The stuff that they didn't destroy, they just took over and started using, which is kind of Islam in general. So his point is that these people are too far away and too late in history to have any kind of knowledge or evidence of Muhammad. But that's not really how history is done. Like you have, like historians typically have manuscripts they're working from their own history that they know about. They also have oral tradition, and oral tradition travels. It's actually one of the biggest aspects of my book. I have my book is hopefully going to come out this year, but I have 3 chapters dedicated specifically to all of the Jewish content being in Arabia through so many different channels. And also the Christian content, because they would do public preaching and teaching and synagogue stuff. You would have so many aspects to get public domain knowledge to everyone in the world. The stuff that they're writing about, Christians and Jews had already written about it before 750 AD. So he's using these people as the sources for Muhammad that we have, but we have so many more. So I want to just go through what are all these other sources.
Yes, they were named after their places. So Bukhari just means from Bukhara, and Tabari just means from Tabaristan. So
that's what I figured, but didn't want to misspeak. So you can, this is Stephen Shoemaker's book, A Prophet Has Appeared, The Rise of Islam Through Christian and Jewish Eyes. He has a ton of early, if you notice, every single one of these is before the Abbasids. So he has 19 sources. Technically he has more than that because he has these ones as well, which I have all of these. But he has all these sources on Muhammad that I've put into a fancy little Google Doc. And I'm now going to share in the chat.
Nice.
So if you are watching this, you can feel free to hop on. And then I will also open up your guys' stream and share it in your chat. So
make
if
sure
you
they
want
don't
to
have
join
editing
up,
permissions.
they do not have editing permissions.
Okay.
No, I shared this specifically with that not in place.
Viewer permission.
Yeah. So, but if you want to join and read along, feel free. You'll even see your little name pop up here. Just keep. So this Google Doc is a bunch of sources on Muhammad, like a bunch of sources on Muhammad, all early, most of these before the Abbasids. So I put this is mostly for my book. I added a couple that are not going to be in my book because they're not super relevant to, I got a fox that's joined. They're not going to be relevant to the Talmudic dilemma, but a bunch of these are relevant to the Talmudic dilemma. So let's go through, as also seen Islam as others saw it, a survey and evaluation of Christian, Jewish, and Zoroastrian writings of early Islam from Hoyland. Hoyland and Shoemaker are like the dudes that have worked on this problem. So if you want books on it, this one is 300 pages, this one's 900 pages, and he has so many sources. The vast majority of these are before the Abbasids. He actually has significantly more sources because I don't have the a lot of the Zoroastrian and other there's so much stuff on Muhammad. It's kind of ridiculous. So I've kind of curated a list focused towards the accusations against Muhammad, and some of them are just straight up roasts, which are really funny. And I also have some other sources that we're going to go through, like Aquinas and later commentators. And then some of the free thinkers who mock him. One of which, dude, we can actually just jump down to it real quick because that one's pretty based.
What, Thomas Aquinas?
No, dude, this one.
Oh,
so in the Paul Avaris of Cordoba, this is during the Spain being conquered. This is the 850s. This is talking about it was I think 16 in total people that were martyred by Muslims. So this is a description of this group of Christians that were executed during this month. So this is a very small snippet of the full letter. But all 6 presented themselves together before the authorities and made their intentions and inspiration very clear. We abide by the same confession, O judge, that our most holy brothers Isaac and Sancticus professed. Now hand down your sentence, multiply your cruelty, be kindled with complete fury and vengeance for your prophet. We profess Christ to be truly God, and your prophet to be a precursor of Antichrist and an author of profane doctrine, upon which they were all executed.
I love that. That quote goes so hard.
Yeah. We got some doozies in this one. There's some doozies, but
that's pretty great.
I want to go.
Also,
I want to go through.
He's a precursor for Antichrist. You mean they were premillennial? Well, pretty funny. pretty interesting.
Okay. So I want to go through the Jewishness of Arabia. And this is obviously part of my book. I have 2 chapters dedicated to how Jews changed and shaped things from the destruction of the temple up until Muhammad was born. So I have around 600 years of history truncated down to 2 chapters and showing, okay, what's going on, man? And one of them is Sozman. He's a Christian, and he died in 450. So this letter is before that point in time. I believe he was born around 400. So this is in the early 5th century, a good bit before Muhammad. We have a description of the Arabs. So this is in, I don't have his, this is in Historia Ecclesiastica, and I have it. I don't remember which one I wanted from, but this is towards the middle of it. Let's see if I can find the text.
I hate Control F through PDFs. It sucks.
They're pretty accurate for the most part.
I've taken a liking to putting like references, like whenever I reference like the Book of Mormon or something, I'll insert a link, like a hyperlink into the word itself. I've taken to doing that quite often now. Makes it easier for videos.
And I have it, I just don't have the direct thing here. I'll eventually add this, but it's from the histories of, I just literally had it, but the ecclesiastical history. That is where this one is from. And there's some people who are like, oh, this wasn't actually Sozman, but that's his own debate. And then all the sources are subjugated by ellipses. So you'll see some ellipses that are separating them throughout the documents. But this is from his book. This is the tribe which took its origins and had its name from Ishmael, the son of Abraham, and the ancients called them Ishmaelites after their progenitor. As their mother Hagar was a slave, they afterwards, to conceal the opprobrium.
The opprobrium.
Sure. Opprobrium of their origin, assumed the name of Saracens, meaning the sons of Sarah. So instead of being the sons of Hagar, they are now the sons of Sarah, as if they were descended from Sarah, the wife of Abraham. And this is literally the pre-Islamic name for Arabic people. So,
they actually did that?
A lot. Yeah, you'll see, like, if you Google Saracens, this was their historic Arab name for centuries. So you'll see a lot of Saracens, not for the European football team, but a lot of people write about Arabia as the Saracens people.
That's what they called themselves too, right?
Yeah.
So they had some concept of their own heritage?
Yeah. So that's what this is about. So Sozman is writing about why they call themselves that. Such being their origin, they practice circumcision like the Jews. Oh, that sounds like Muhammad. Refrain from the use of pork. Oh, that sounds like Muhammad. Specifically pork, not camel.
Why?
Because, camel's not kosher, but just pork. Observe many other Jewish rites and customs. So the oral tradition. If indeed they deviate in any respect from the observances of that nation, it must be ascribed to the lapse of time and to their intercourse with the neighboring nations. Moses, who lived many centuries after Abraham, only legislated for those whom he led out of Egypt. The inhabitants of the neighboring countries, being strongly addicted to superstition,
I think you froze.
Community life under this law only,
You're
using
back.
therefore unwritten customs. So this is an account for the oral traditions of the Jews. Before the Messianic Mosaic legislation, these people certainly served the same gods as the neighboring nations, honoring, you see my mouse? You cannot. Okay. Honoring and naming them similarly, so that by this likeness with their forefathers in religion, there is evidence their departure from the laws of their forefathers, as is usual in the lapse of time. Their ancient customs fell into oblivion, and other practices gradually got the precedence among them. Some of their tribe afterwards, happening to come into contact with Jews, gathered from them the facts of their true origin, returned to their kinsmen, and inclined to the Hebrew customs and laws. So in the 400s, we have the Arabs learning that they're actually Jewish, or should be inspired by Jews, and start practicing the oral tradition and circumcision, abstaining from pork, and trying to follow the one true God. So the idea of Abraham being like a Hanif, so like the Hanif cults, we don't have very strong evidence of. If we did, oh my goodness gracious, the Talmudic dilemma would be so easy. But Muhammad claims to be a Hanif. Hanif are the people who are following the religion of Abraham specifically. We have descriptions of them in the 1800s of basically being Jews, practicing the oral traditions, believing Christ was a prophet, but not actually from God. Like almost every single aspect of Muhammad's belief is found within the descriptions of Hanifs in the 1800s by Orientalists. The problem is we can't actually ground that historically. That's just like a man said this, and then like 200 years later, a man said that, then a man said that, and a couple hundred years before that. And so you have like a chain of scholars citing each other going back in history, but we don't have any proof that these people actually existed other than just claims that come much later in history. But if those people did exist, and if Muhammad was one of them, then he's basically a Jew, but not a Jew. He's a Gentile Jew. And that's what Sozman is describing as the Arabic custom, that they are Gentile Jews. They're practicing. So from that time on until now, many of them, so until now, these are in the mid 400s, many of them regulate their lives according to the Jewish precepts. Some of the Saracens were converted to Christianity not long before the present reign. They shared in the faith of Christ by intercourse with the priests and monks who dwelt among them and practiced philosophy in the neighboring deserts, and who were distinguished by the excellence of their life and by their miraculous works. So some of them converted to Christianity, and we do see this a lot within their writings. So you also have little pockets of Christendom within Arabia. All this will be in my book. It is said that a whole tribe, Zucamus, their chief, were converted to Christianity and baptized about this period under the following circumstances. Zucamus was childless and went to a certain monk of great celebrity to complain to him of his calamity. From among the Saracens, and I believe other barbarian nations, it was accounted of great importance to have children. The monk desired Zucamus to be of good cheer, engaged in prayer on his behalf, and sent him away with the promise that if he would believe in Christ, he would have a son. When this promise was confirmed by God, and when a son was born to him, Zucamus was initiated and all his subjects with him. From that period, this tribe was particularly fortunate and became strong in point of number and formidable to the Persians as well as the other Saracens. Such are the details that I have been enabled to collect concerning the conversion of the Saracens and their first bishop. This is from the history of the church. So Sozman wrote a history of the church up to the 400s and has a lot of details. Like if you want to study church history, he's one of the good sources for church history. And he's, so if you want to look at all the stuff that happened before Nicaea and even the stuff that's happening at Nicaea and after, he's one of the good sources for it. But he has this lineage of like, hey, how did the Saracens, how did the Arabs come to Christianity to begin with? And we get this description that they're basically, most of them are Jews, and then some of them are Christians, and some of them are pagans, because they're also called a barbarian nation. So you have a mixture of people, and then the historical accounts also show a mixture of people. And we can trace the Jewish diaspora after 70 AD through everywhere, literally everywhere. Everywhere the Jews went, they influenced them. So we don't need to go through that. That could be its own stream. I wanted to go through mostly just like, what are the earliest sources we have for Muhammad? because the claim of the mythicist, again, is that Muhammad, we don't have any early quotes for him whatsoever. And I was having this discussion with someone in my comment section. I was like, okay, well, we can just read the Mandean Book of John. That's in the 660s. That mentions Muhammad and his parents and what they're doing, and the fact that they have mosques and like other things. And it's like, that's not evidence of Muhammad. Like,
no.
So, yeah, this stream is basically a crash out against those type of blind beliefs that we don't actually have any evidence of Muhammad early on. We do. So
that is really interesting, though, that the Arabians before, well, not before, but like before having met national Israel or Israelites, were familiar in name with their heritage.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah. Patricia Corone in Hagarism also narrates it a bit. There's some people who Jay uses her a lot, even though I don't think she's actually a mythicist. He uses her work significantly. There are some other historians who are like, I mean, it's fine, but it's not. If you want to go through, there's a bunch of other books. I have a number of them in my book that I have listed in the footnotes for other histories of Muhammad. But yeah, they were deeply involved with Abraham.
Where do you think Muhammad. The whole no pork thing came from, though?
Jews.
No, but like, didn't it say that they abstained from pork even before they had known the law of Moses formally?
Well, that was his speculation on it.
Oh, okay.
So he was talking about their practices. So this is their actual practice that they would
practice from, circumcision. Because circumcision, I understand, but I don't understand the use of pork. No, but circumcision was instituted with Abraham.
Right, and Ishmael was circumcised.
And Ishmael was circumcised. So,
right.
But I don't understand the use of pork, and I can also understand the other Jewish rites if they were maybe peculiarly Abrahamic, like altar worship and stuff like that. But like, I don't understand the pork one. But I guess to your point, he may just be describing what it ended up as.
I've been looking on both your streams while I create another website for a YouTube channel.
Create another website?
That's what he was doing last Monday. He was making a website dedicated to tracking comments, if I remember correctly. He sent it in the Discord before the whole conversation with Hussar. Of late. So anyway. Then he basically he speculates that the lapse of time was the thing that caused them to not fully be Jewish,
right?
But only be mostly Jewish. So, yeah. So this is a source that is debated on when it was written, but this could be from 634. Okay, 4 years after Muhammad. This is Doctrina Jukibi, and this is book 5, verse 16. The heading is a false prophet in the East. If you find the PDF of this, the heading, if you just search this, it'll pop up. So Justice answered and said, "You really speak the truth, and thus the salvation is great to believe in Christ. I confess to you, Mr. Jacob, the whole truth, for Abraham, my brother, has written to me that a deceiving prophet has appeared." So this is, again, 4 years after the death of Muhammad. And for at the time when Sergius, the Canadus, was slaughtered by the Saracens, I was in Caesarea. Abraham says, "And I went out by boat to Sakamena. The pronunciations are not going to be great by me, just so you're prepared for that. And they said, the Canadus was slaughtered, and we Jews rejoiced greatly. And they said that a prophet appeared coming with the Saracens, and he is proclaiming the arrival of the coming of the Anointed One and Christ." So we have a false prophet, a deceiving prophet, who the Jews are rejoicing about whenever this guy was killed. And then there is a prophet coming with the Saracens, so the Arabs, he's an Arabic prophet, proclaiming the arrival of the Anointed One and Christ. Now, anointed one and Christ are the same thing. So that's kind of interesting, but he is a Arabic prophet coming and saying that Jesus is coming. And I went out into Sakama. I communicated it to a certain very scriptural old man, and I said to him, "What do you say to me about this prophet who is appearing with the Saracens?" And with a great groan, he said, "He is a deceiver. Do prophets come with swords and chariots? Really, these are works of disorder set in motion today, and I fear that the Christ who came earlier, whom the Christians worship, was the one sent by God, and instead of him, we shall accept Hermelaos. For Isaiah said that we Jews have a mistaken and hardened heart until all the land is made a desert. Go forth, Mr. Abraham, and learn about this prophet who's appearing. And I, Abraham, thoroughly investigating, heard from those who met him that you find nothing true in this so-called prophet except shedding human blood. For he says he has keys of paradise, which is unbelievable."
Did Muhammad police be upon him ever claim to have the keys of paradise?
Not that I can recall off the top of my head, but he does talk about how, through his teaching, you entered Jannah.
Because that would be kind of blasphemous on their end. Even if Muhammad said something like that, wouldn't that be blasphemy? Because like Allah is the only one who allows into paradise.
Well, if Muhammad decrees a matter, you can't debate it.
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like, well, I mean, even he said, "Hey, Abu Bakr is definitely going to heaven," but then Abu Bakr was like, "Man, I don't know."
Yeah. I'm kind of, let's see, keys of paradise. I wonder if
I mean, that may just be like a euphemism or like a colloquial like turn of phrase, but keys of the key to paradise is the foundational articles of faith. The key to paradise is Salah, and the key to prayer is ablution.
Ooh, there's a hadith with it. Ooh, Al-Tamari. Okay. Huh.
I mean, he may just be speaking like in a turn of phrase, but
right. I mean, that is.
It would be interesting if he said that, though.
Right. Well, we at least have a hadith with it. Al-Tamari. I don't know what the rating on that is, if that even matters. But we have keys of paradise, and they're unbelievable, is what he said. This so-called prophet, except shedding human blood. I was like, this Jew gets it, man. So that is from Jacoby, a Christian convert, investigating him and asking his friend, who's a Jew named Abraham, about it, and that is what Abraham came back with. So he's a false prophet. Then we also have this general dying in Theophanes, the Chronicles is how it translates to, but the Chronographia. This work we're going to read about Muhammad as well, but this is a historical work. Theophanes wrote a very long history of the world through all of the major empires, the Roman and the Byzantine and the Islamic empires up until the 800s. So he mentioned specifically that this general died in 633. So this description says, for at the time when Sergius died by the Muslims. So we know that this man died by the Muslims. And this report is supposed to be dated to 634 because Jacoby died in 638, I think. So this is going to be soon, like years after Muhammad, less than a decade after Muhammad. We have this account that a later historian also backs up the death of him. So interesting little tidbit there. Then we also have another Syriac, also about the slaughters of the Muslims from 637.
Was Sergi? What was that guy's name? Sergius?
Sergius?
Was he Latin?
He is Byzantine, so he's probably Greek.
Okay. Because I was, candidatus is like it literally just means candidate, but
right.
It's a Latin term. So that's why I was like, wait, he's Byzantine, but he's using a Latin surname, or it's not even a surname; it's just a title. But
I don't know what the language was. This
candidatus.
It's Greek. So it's written in Greek. I mean, it might also be a Greek term.
Candidatus is Greek as well. It's actually Latin, not Greek. Translates to clothed in white or candidate of Roman office. People running for political office would wear especially whitened toga. Yeah, anyways, sorry. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting. Continue.
Yeah. So this is on the front of the Gospel of Matthew and Mark, which is pretty interesting. So I guess I could just read this is from a book that I quote. The text consists of 23 now faded lines written on the front flyleaf of a 6th century Syriac manuscript containing the Gospels of Matthew and Mark. As Andrew Palmer notes, this brief description of the believers' invasion of Palestine appears to be the notes of a parish priest who recognized the historical importance of the events unfolding around him and decided to make a record of them for posterity, following a common practice of making such notes on the blank pages of gospel manuscripts. This fragment describes a series of engagements between the Romans and Muhammad's followers, culminating in the Battle of Gibeath Yarmouk, at which the Roman army was routed in 636. The text identifies the year as 947 of the Seleucid calendar as the date of the battle, which corresponds to 636 AD. Refuse to use that. And since it seemingly refers to the following year in its final line, scholars have generally dated this fragment to the year 637 AD. So this dating system comes up a bunch in a lot of these ancient sources. So whenever you see 900, it doesn't mean 900. It could also be the 600s, just for reference for people later on. But this is the actual inscription that he wrote. Muhammad, so he has him by name. Again, 7 years after Muhammad. Name of Muhammad. The priest of Mar Elias, and they came and from Strong Month and the Romans, so, there's breakup because it's faded. And in January, the people of Homs made an agreement in exchange for their lives, and many towns were destroyed in the slaughter by the nomads of Muhammad. And many people were killed, and captives were taken from Galilee all the way to Beth. And the nomads were set up camp near, and we saw everywhere, and the olive oil which they brought in them. And on the 26th of May, the Selkros went as usual from the vicinity of the Homs, and the Romans pursued them. And on the 10th of August, the Romans fled from the vicinity of Damascus. Many people, about 10,000. And at the turn of the year, the Romans came. It's probably how many people died. And on the 20th of August, in the year of 947, they were assembled in Gibeath. The Romans and many people were killed, and the Romans about 50,000. In the year 940, and then blank. So we have a bunch of things missing from this text, but this is obviously mentioning Muhammad by name. And also the nomads of Muhammad, and then their slaughter, and then this historical battle that we know of from the Muslims. So this is Muslims doing this thing. Muhammad is identified in it, and this is from within 10 years of Muhammad's life. So all the people are like, oh, Mahmud is a title for Jesus. No.
So why does he use 940? What dating system is that?
That's the old calendar system, the Seleucid.
Okay.
So, we stopped using this whenever it was replaced by the new, because there was a Christian monk in it was 800s. When did the modern calendar start? Gregorian is 1500s. I thought it was before that. I know it was Catholics that invented it, and they did a lot of math to try to figure out whenever Jesus was born. Because turns out calendars are really hard. And there's several very important ones throughout history, and all the monks that were working on it had to try to figure out, okay, how can we rectify all of these historic dates and all of these calendars and try to make a chronological history of all the calendars of all the empires, because there wasn't one unified one that everyone agreed and used up until late medieval time period. So anyway, it's just one of the calendars they had. There's other calendars as well. So some of the writings we have the calendar GR, and it's 375, and that's also 600 AD. So you just kind of play fast and loose with the calendars. You have to figure out the conversions, and history is fun. It's a lot of effort. Anyway, so Syriac fragment within 10 years, mentioning Muhammad by name, obviously as the leader of the Arabs slaughtering the Romans. You also have Sorophanes asking for granting the emperors. So this is a work that is also quoted by Holland. Again, this is one of the books that I cited earlier. This is one of his sources. And a strong and vigorous scepter to break the pride of all the barbarians, especially the Saracens, who, on account of our sins, have now risen up against us unexpectedly and ravage all with cruel and feral design. Brother, feral design is crazy. With impious and godless audacity. More than ever, therefore, we entreat your holiness to make urgent petitions to Christ, so that he, receiving these favorably from you, may quickly quell their mad insolence and deliver these vile creatures, as before, to be the footstool of our God-given emperors. Based.
Why didn't he ask Mary to do it? Sorry, my fault. So, cruel and feral designs is pretty wild.
Yeah, godless audacity is a wild one as well.
You know, he did just kind of have that whole tribe of Jewish individuals be like, all right, now let's see if you're mature. You're just like, really? Do we have to do that?
Yeah. But here is a person petitioning the emperor. I believe this is the Byzantine emperor. 639. So this is the height. You know, if we go back to what they're doing, this is the height of the first Mushaddan expansion. So all of this is being conquered. They're going into Syria. They're conquering where the Byzantines are. And he's like, hey, yo, we're being killed. Can you help us? So the Saracens, again, are identified as a risen up sect that are being extremely cruel and have godless audacity. It's interesting that they're identifying it because of our sins, because Jews do the exact same thing. It's really interesting. That's in the Apology of Al-Kidi, which we'll get to in a bit. We also have this, but the present circumstances are forcing me to think differently about our way of life. What a space. No. For why are so many wars being fought among us? Why do barbarian raids abound? Why are the troops of the Saracens attacking us? Why has there been so much destruction and plunder? Why are there incessant outpourings of human blood? Why are the birds of the sky devouring human bodies? Why have churches that have been pulled down? Why is the cross mocked? Why is Christ, who is the dispenser of all good things and the provider of this joyousness of ours, blasphemed by pagan mouths? So that he justly cries out to us, because of you, my name is blasphemed among the pagans. And this is the worst of all the terrible things that are happening to us. That's such a based. The worst thing that's happened to us is the blasphemy of Jesus. Based. All right.
Isn't that a quotation from the Psalms? Because of you, my name is blasphemed among the pagans.
Yeah. Well, I think it's also in Isaiah. Romans has it as well. Isaiah has it. Ezekiel has it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You profane my holy name. Yeah, Isaiah is probably what I was thinking of then.
Yeah, Paul quotes Isaiah.
Right.
Yeah. So, and this is the worst of all the terrible sins that are happening to us. That is why the vengeful and God-hating Saracens, the vengeful and God-hating, the abomination of desolation clearly foretold to us by the prophets. So whenever we talk about like, oh no, Islam's a religion of peace, and the earliest, literally like 10 years after, the earliest sources we have on it are talking about them as the vengeful and God-hating, the abomination of desolation. Like, you can't imagine how wicked the actions of the early caliphate was. Even all the later caliphates, like, they were brutally evil. Clearly foretold to us by the prophets, overrun the places which are not allowed to them, plundering cities, devastated fields, burn down villages, set on fire the holy churches, overturn the sacred monasteries, oppose the Byzantine armies arrayed against them, and in fighting rise up the trophies of war and add victory to victory. Moreover, they are rised up more and more against us and increase their blasphemy of Christ and the church and utter wicked blasphemies against God. These God fighters boast of prevailing over all, assuredly and unrestrainably imitating their leader, who is the devil, and emulating his vanity, because of which he has been expelled from heaven and been assigned to the gloomy shades.
So that's interesting, because that is still to this day one of the things that the Muslims will say over and over again, is that they will win physically.
They have to, because it's prophesied.
Right. So that makes sense that he would say that, and that makes sense that they would say that, because that's what their Quran says. Anyways.
Yeah. If the Quran is early.
Right.
So if you're
I'm sure that part of it
the Quran is invented.
Well, think of it like yeah, I don't think that part was necessarily invented after Muhammad, because if I was Muhammad and I was leading a band of, vengeful God haters, I would also be like, hey man, we're gonna win, like in the end, we're gonna win, and I think Muhammad said that fully expecting that it would happen within his lifetime. I think he he was just like, I'm going to win.
Right. Well, I mean, he also said that you see that boy over there, like the world is going to end
before I know.
He dies. So I think he thought he was going to conquer Arabia, like just Arabia, and then the world would end. They conquered Arabia.
Then he died.
Almost instantly. They conquered Arabia. He dies. And then the people after him conquer the rest of Arabia. And then it doesn't end. And they're like, oh, well, let's just keep going. And then, they conquer most of the known world. In 100 years, they conquer so much land. For all the people like, oh, well, Islam's a religion of peace. Like, no, early Islam is all violence all the time. They are the primary colonialist of history. But anyway.
It's also funny how I find it funny throughout history every time I've been reading anything about like the Roman Empire era and then into the Byzantine Empire, and then all, the idea of the Christians finding someone to pin on the abomination that brings desolation, and finding two nations that are going to war to call them Gog and Magog, happened like every 100 years. There was like another one. They're like, this is it. This is the one.
We've seen it. Yeah.
Nothing has changed. It's my favorite thing to read about history is when we're still doing things that they were doing back then. I forget which one it was, but there was one that like there was a whole group of people who were genuinely convinced the world was coming to an end when these two nations went to war, and that it was the foretold Gog and Magog. And I can't remember who it was, but it was in like the 600s or 700s. But
yeah.
I think,
so that's dual Carnane.
Yeah.
That's the 500s and the 600s. So Persia and the Byzantines. That was the big one. Yeah, that's Alexander the Great's Gog and Magog from the Syriac Alexander legend. So that's what Muhammad's copying from for Surah 18. And that's also like the end of times is going to happen. And then Byzantinia, or Rome, because it switches back and forth. Basically the Christians versus the Persians. And the Christians will be victorious according to the Christian source of the Syriac Alexander legend. And then Muhammad copies that, but then he also talks about how Gog and Magog are behind the giant wall, which is also within that source. And then they'll be out and they're like zombies ravaging the land. So
it is pretty interesting how that has absolutely nothing to do with what it says in the Bible. like I thought Gog and Magog were supposed to be warring factions in the end times, but according to Muhammad, it's just some like conglomeration of undead soldiers waiting to ravage the countryside, right?
My understanding of the prophets is Gog and Magog are the nations surrounding Israel that will join together to destroy Israel.
Right. But it's like, wait. I don't understand.
It's probably China, to be fair. Like, it's probably some Eastern nations like Pakistan, China, India coming together to destroy Israel. If I had to
Yajuj
guess.
and Majuj. It's funny because
Yeah.
I'm currently in the middle of
Russia.
reading World's Finest, and I don't know if Andrew hasn't read it, but there's a villain who there's Gog and Magog are in. It's pretty interesting. That story is one of the weaker ones, but anyways,
DC loves throwing in Christian content into their comics. It's
DC,
all over the place
for whatever reason, just likes religious like imagery and stories. And to be fair, they're great. Like Greek mythology is fantastic, and they use it a lot. But I don't know.
You ever heard
of creativity?
Well, I won't say much.
I mean, lag.
I won't say much more. I won't say much more than this. But y'all ever heard of the Rag Man?
Oh, what?
He's a Jewish character who is a superhero who. Yeah, Rag Man. He's pretty cool. He's actually pretty sick, but he has like a 2-issue run in Batman where literally the whole thing is just about anti-Semitism and fighting anti-Semitism and partnering with rabbis. But what's really funny is that the rabbi goes into Kabbalah. Very funny. It starts off where it's all about like just like normal rabbinic Judaism, and then the rabbi starts talking about secret mysticism and Kabbalah and trying to help
in
Ragman
a Batman comic.
Yeah, Ragman only had one run in like the mid 2000s, but he had a couple crossover events, and one of them was with Batman, where he had a 2-issue run with Batman.
Is Ragman a Jew?
Yeah,
dog.
And like each patchwork of his suit is a soul that he has stolen. Basically, so
he's a Jew that steals souls.
Yeah,
what are we talking about?
But he's fighting anti-Semitism.
Yeah,
I don't know if those ideas go together.
You got it.
Yeah, no, I think that might be a caricature.
The way he does it, the way he takes people's souls is he passes judgment upon them, and then like
this is Jew magic,
and then he puts them in a rag. Listen, he's cool, man. You gotta understand.
I legitimately,
I didn't walk away from it thinking, "Wow, this is a really poor image of Jewish people." I was like, "Wow, it's all right."
whenever you started talking about the rags, in the back of my head, I was like, are those yarmulkes?
No,
but they weren't. Also, he just looks like repackaged Scarecrow. So
it's not.
No, I know he's not, but like that's his character design.
This is the last fun fact I ever give you guys.
Well, hang on. You said 2000s. That was after. Man. That was after Mask of the Phantasm and after the good drawings of Scarecrow. Yeah, no, that's just. I mean, that character design was ripped straight off. What do you mean, Ragman?
Ragman came before Mask of Phantasm. I'm pretty sure.
Well, Mask of the Phantasm was Batman the Animated Series. I was like, I mean, late 90s, early 2000s, right?
Anyways, Chris, keep moving. I need to. I need to go get water. I'll be right back.
That was 93. Yeah, Batman Mask of the Phantasm was a good night, Andrew. Talk to me about animation knowledge. Sorry.
He's threatening your ball knowledge, my guy. All right.
I know.
Yet these vile ones would not accomplish this, nor seized such a degree of power as to do in utter lawlessness all these things, unless we had first insulted the gift of baptism and first defiled the purification, and in this way grieved Christ, the giver of gifts, and prompted him to be angry with us. Good though he is, and though he takes no pleasure in evil, being the fount of kindness and not wishing to behold the ruin and destruction of men, we are ourselves in truth responsible for all these things, and no word will be found in our defense? What word or place will be given us for defense when we have taken all these gifts from him, befouled them, and defiled everything with our vile actions? So he blames themselves, he blames Christians and how they treat the gifts and the church and all that for why Muhammad was able to be raised up. And again, all of that was from 639. So again, oh, Muhammad, no, he's mentioned very early. He's mentioned by name, as we pointed out, 2 different places.
Yeah, 110
extremely,
pages.
That's just the zoom in.
Oh,
so whenever
okay.
you zoom in, it changes the ability.
Yep, never mind.
No, my book is 500 pages, but this one's only 12,000 words. It's not a long document.
I was gonna say
my book is currently 160,000 words, so good bit longer. But let's talk about the presbyter, Thomas the presbyter in 640. In the year 947, so this is 635. In Diction, the Arabs invaded the whole of Syria and went down to Persia and conquered it. The Arabs climbed the mountain of Mardin and killed many monks there in the monasteries of Kedar and Banta. There died the blessed man Simon, doorkeeper of Kedar, brother of Thomas the priest. So this is Thomas the presbyter. In the year 945, on Friday, 4th February, so this is 634. At the 9th hour, there was a battle between the Romans and the Arabs of Mohammed in Palestine, 12 miles east of Gaza. The Romans fled, leaving behind the patrician Beridin, whom the Arabs killed. Some 4,000 poor villagers of Palestine were killed there. Christians, Jews, and Samaritans. The Arabs ravaged the whole region. They ravaged, not destroyed. I know the mythicists are like, oh, well, Gaza still existed after this. It says it was ravaged, not destroyed. So don't change the definitions of words to suit your narratives.
Well, that was also written in, I'm assuming, Greek or Latin.
Might be Latin. I think the presbyter.
Presbyter is just Greek for elder, but Mesopotamian. Syriac. Okay.
It's part of the Syriac.
So whatever that word is in Syriac.
I don't know Presbyter and Syriac. Most of the early church was one of 3 languages, either Greek, Syriac, or Latin. And then Arabic started influencing things, but Latin and Syriac continued for a long time. So did Greek. But Syriac and Latin outlasted it a little bit, and then Latin outlasted everything for a very long time. And then the church started writing more in German during the Reformation. That was French. So
that whole Latin thing was by design, though, because they took
it over. What do you mean?
Well, yeah, well, not just that, but like Rome took over, and then the Eastern Church split, and then the Western Church immediately completely was dead set on using Latin, like nothing else
instead of Greek. Yeah,
they I think they still claim that Latin masses spoken verbally in the language of Latin carries like a spiritual power, which I think is very interesting. But yeah, they were very anti-Greek-ish.
The parish, yeah. I don't want to get too deep into.
No, I know. I'd never heard that before. I heard that on David's stream whenever he was talking to one of those Orthodox guys, because the Orthodox guy was like, "Oh, well, he was talking about the Catholic Church and how they claim that Latin has some sort of power," and I was like, "Oh, I didn't realize that," so I kind of looked it up.
Yeah, there's been some people who've made similar statements to what like Muslims say about Arabic. Like, it just really? Not it. There's no magical language, guys.
Yeah.
Fun fact: the closest thing you get is like speaking in tongues, and even then, it's not a magical language. It's just the language of heaven, at most. So, I wouldn't say there's a magical language that makes everything automatically better.
Of course not. I can be saved in the name of Jesus, just like a person in Arabia could be saved in the name of Yahshua.
Mm-hmm. Or Jesus, which is like 7 steps removed.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, they do say that.
I'm not saying
it'd be interesting if you. do the same thing in like Greek or Hebrew, what would happen?
Well, I think you can exorcise a demon in English. I've actually
exorcised a demon in English.
I was gonna say people I know have exorcised demons and they didn't know Latin. So
yeah, I've cast out 2 demons so far in my Christian career.
Let's get those
well,
numbers
at least
up.
2. I don't know if the person had multiple in them, but yeah, no, I don't want to do deliverance ministry. I will cast out a demon if the opportune time happens, but yeah, say that,
What?
and then God's gonna be like, "Hey, go do it."
All 3 languages that were nailed to the cross were given supernatural power. Are you making that statement, or are you saying that's what they say? If you're making that statement, then I have some serious problems with that.
Yeah. So I mean, you also have people like witches who speak in tongues, or like witch speak.
Wiccan
Demonic
is
stuff.
crazy, first of all.
Yeah, and I've seen people float from witchcraft. So
yeah, witchcraft is totally real.
It is in fact real. Yes.
One of the things people
evil.
don't realize is that it actually goes on a lot more than you think it does, and it's actually a lot worse than you think it is. Like, it's not a vast majority, but like, there's definitely still Satanists and sects of certain demonic worship that like actually sacrifice humans. So like whenever you think about like abducted children and stuff like that stuff actually happens, you know.
Yeah, they do blood rituals still.
And so it's actually insane.
Yeah. They like Epstein was involved in a lot of the occultic satanic rituals. There's actually a fun fact, there are like psychiatrists that are trained in satanic ritual abuse.
Yeah.
SRAs.
Yeah.
They're specialists.
SRAs. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So SRAs are specialists who deal with people who are the victims of like satanic ritual abuse who survived. So if they are able to get away, the trauma of satanic rituals is so extreme that people have to be specialized in it as psychiatrists to deal with those people.
Yeah.
It's insane. It is so evil and crazy. Might eventually do a stream on it. YouTube will not push that stream even a little bit once we start talking about it.
Well, no, because I hate to say this, but like I am a conspiracy theorist insofar as I do think that there's an actual like high level conspiracy of just pure evil. Like I don't think you can really deny that there is just high level pure evil. And like it so I like, do I think that YouTube is pure evil? No. Do I think that Satan's gonna use everything he can? Yeah. He doesn't want people to know about all that.
Right. It's brutal. But yeah. All right. So as for us, this is a homily. Anonymous homily. As for us, my loved ones, let us fast and pray without cease, and observe the commandments of the Lord, so that the blessing of our fathers, all our fathers who have pleased him, may come down upon us. Let us not fast like the God-killing Jews, nor fast like the Saracens, who are the oppressors, or who give themselves up to prostitution, massacre, and lead into captivity the sons of men, saying, we both fast and pray.
They do that. That's a pretty good description.
Brutal description of Muslims. The Saracens, who are oppressors, who give themselves up to prostitution, massacre, and lead into captivity sons of men, saying we both fast and pray.
Which is
brutal.
Like, which is legal. So like, number one, he could be talking about the like men who like muta, but he could also totally just be talking about the men who like sell their daughters and stuff into prostitution, because that's also legal.
Yep.
Saying we both fast and pray is wild, because they do. I
love. Oh man, it is.
Yeah.
we fast, guys. Yeah, you gain the most obesity in the world during your fast. You also consume the most amount of food and of any month of the year whenever Ramadan happens.
Right.
Wait, that's totally fasting. Anyway, nor should we fast like those who deny the saving passion of our Lord, who died for us to free us from death and perdition. Rather, let us fast like the fathers of the apostles, who went out into all the world, suffering hunger and thirst, deprived of all. Let us fast like Moses and the arch prophet Elias, and John like the prophet Daniel and the three saints of the furnace of fire. So this is from a sermon given in the 640s, give or take. Description of the Saracens. Yeah. This is Gabriel of Cortman, 648. This Lord Gabriel went to the ruler, the Sultan, of the sons of Hagar, and who was Umar bar Khattab. So this is Umar, specifically, in 648. So he went to the Sultan, Umar, in the city of Gurza. Umar received him with great joy, and after a few days, the blessed man petitioned this ruler and received his signature to the statutes and laws, orders and prohibitions, judgments and precepts pertaining to the Christians, to churches and monasteries, and to priests and deacons that they do not give poll tax, and to monks that they be freed from any tax. So Umar is issuing a tax, a jizya, you might say. Also, the wooden gong should not be banned, and they might chant hymns before the briar when it comes out from the house to be buried. Together with many other customs, this governor, Shalta, was pleased at the coming to him of the blessed man, and this holy one returned to the monastery with great joy. Later on, this monastery was destroyed, if I remember correctly.
So Umar wasn't a good caliph.
Umar was not a good caliph. He apparently allowed them to shirk the jizya.
Yeah, and
according to this report,
and to sing praises to God before a funeral beer, which is interesting.
Yep, and they have a wooden gong, so have instruments too. So it's not just singing; it's music.
Oh yeah, the wooden gong. Yeah,
being a decent person. Terrible
Caleb.
Terrible Caleb.
Terrible Caleb. He allowed them to do their religious ceremonies in peace. How dare he?
How dare you? Whoa. That was crazy.
I need to clip
the
stream.
My audio thing?
I need to clip the stream at that part. So I can use that for an audio clip.
Oh yeah, for a soundboard. It happens once every like 2 or 3 streams.
There you go. All right. I'm not going to try to pronounce that name. Ishiob? Sure. 659. You can read that yourself. The heretics are deceiving you when they say there happens what happens by order of the Arabs, which is certainly not the case. For the Muslim Arabs, now we have the name Muslim, 650s, 659, by the way, we have the word Muslim in Arab, do not aid those who say that God, Lord of all, suffered and died, and if by chance they do not help them for whatever reason, you can inform the Muslims and persuade them that this matter is as it should be, if you care about it at all. So perform all things wisely, my brothers. Give on to Caesar what is Caesar's, give on to God what is God's. So we have another very early report of the Muslims being Arab. Not only do they not oppose Christianity, but they praise our faith, honor the priests and saints of our Lord, and give aid to the churches and monasteries. So the early Muslims are praising the Christians. Why then do your Marian reject their faith on the pretext of theirs? And this when the Marian themselves admit that the Arabs have not compelled them to abandon their faith, but only asked them to give up half of their possessions in order to keep their faith.
That's pretty Muslim.
So that's the jizya. There you go. You have to give up half your possessions to keep your faith. There's
which is also interesting though, because it says that they don't oppose Christianity, but they also like donate to churches. Am I reading that correctly? It says honor the priests, the saints, and give aid to the churches and I guess that doesn't necessarily mean monetary.
You could say it's like military protection. Like we're unsure what that means.
Right.
But they're at least being friendly towards the Christians, and yet at the same time they have to give up half of their wealth. Yeah, which is for a short time, they say. Again, this is also in the six, like before it gets rough. Like if you remember, the Rashidun period ends with Ali in 661. So they're conquering, and then it gets brutal under the Umayyads, and then the Abbasids make it horrific. So this is like the slightly more peaceful bloodshed, if you want to call it that. Then it just becomes more and more militant and violent and wicked and evil as time goes on. But yeah, I love how you have the description of the jizya as well.
Who is the Merwinaya people?
That's a great question.
The Merv. Christian describe the inhabitants of Merv. Why is the word spelled by that like that?
Why are people coming up for that? Oh, that's a pretty cool looking temple. Oh no. Okay.
Okay, the people of Merv. It was pretty interesting because he dissed them there at the end. He was like, "Yeah, they sold out."
Yet they forsook their faith, which is forever, and retained half of their wealth. Yeah.
Apparently, those Christians were not too concerned.
World of Warcraft. That's the most nerd thing you've said, Jack.
Murloc? Did you spell Murloc with a U?
I never played WoW.
Yeah, World of Warcraft.
Actually, that's not true. I did the first like 30 minutes of my free trial of WoW and then didn't play it past that. So,
World of Warcraft's really based.
Wait, is it World of Warcraft or League that has Leroy Jenkins?
It's World of Warcraft.
That was World of Warcraft?
It's WoW. Yes.
Leroy
Jenkins. Yeah. Apparently that whole thing was staged.
Yeah, I mean, League of Legends.
It was pretty funny. I mean, if it wasn't staged, it was pretty funny because they're all just planning their attack. He's like, "I don't got time for this, right. Leroy."
He's also drunk while doing it. Anyway.
Yeah.
So, Fertigor, 650s. So notice the Abbasids come into power in the 750s. So this is 100 years before the Abbasids are coming into power. As he points out here, the Abbasids come into power 750. They take it from them. So this is well before the Abbasids could have invented Islam. The Hagarians, these are the Ishmaelites, these are the Arabs. We're also called Saracens. Hey, look at that. So you have Hagar and Saracens put together 650s.
Oh.
And then also Sasmos also had that, mixed, but a circumcised people who of old have lived beneath the Caucasus on the shores of the Caspian in a country known as Erkulahad. Yeah. Now grown so numerous that they at last took up arms and threw themselves upon the provinces of Emperor Heraclius, which is exactly whenever he stopped reigning, I think at like 635, if I remember correctly. Like 630. Oh no, 610 to 641. So he is the Byzantine Empire who is reigning for vast majority of early Islam. So he identifies the emperor correctly, even though this is technically after his reign. And he's identifying the Arabs, who are a circumcised people, living in the right location. And then they take up arms, and he dispatched an army to hold them. In the ensuing battle, the Saracens were the victors and cut the vanquished to pieces. It is said that the Saracens killed in this engagement 150,000 men.
Oh, man.
Then they sent a deputation to Heraclius with an offer to send him the spoils of battle, but he would accept nothing because of his desire for vengeance on the Saracens. They killed, I think it was like 2 million people in 40 years, if I remember the statistic correctly.
This isn't the same battle with that Sergius guy,
millions.
That's a different engagement, or
I don't know.
It's not specific.
Yeah,
150,000 people.
I'm sure someone more familiar with the history could tell you that. That is specific enough, because that was the big battle that happened right after. I don't know if that's where Sergius died or not, because they did multiple battles on multiple fronts. So if he died specifically in this big one, because this was right before they conquered Jerusalem, I believe. They conquered Jerusalem after they destroyed the bulk of the Byzantine army. Massive. So basically what would happen is they would conquer a place. They would say, hey, convert or die. And if you convert, if you then fight for us and die, you're going to get endless virgins in paradise. Girls and boys. They would promise both. So then you have, okay, well, if I die, I get to like carnally pleasure myself with girls and boys for history, like forever, while getting drunk and eating meat and eating good fruit. So that's pretty appealing, especially to barbarians and pagans and wicked people. So they
Greeks,
they went out and they conquered
enough.
all these, and Greeks, yeah. So they went out and conquered all these areas, and then those areas then were like, yeah, let's do it. And then they like exponentially increased their army every single time they went to battle, because the people who survived joined the army. So then you had hordes and hordes of people who wanted to die in battle. Like imagine Vikings on steroids, who are like itching to die in battle to be able to go to Jannah. They can live as evilly as they want. As long as they die in battle, they're going to Jannah, because jihad is a guaranteed way into Jannah. So imagine these dudes who are like, I'm going to run in there, kill as many as I can, and die. And they're able to conquer most of the known world almost instantly, because they have no fear of death. They desire death. There's that old adage of we love death more than they love life. And that's how the Muslims succeeded so much. So we see that in the histories as well.
The Vikings were actually good at what they did.
I don't know, dude. Like the map speaks for itself. They did.
No. What I'm saying is that the Vikings, the Vikings compared to the Muslims is incomparable. They didn't have nearly as many people. They were some warriors, though, dude. Like those guys knew how to. They didn't want to just die, like, because Muslims, they can just die in combat, whereas Vikings, you have to die a noble death, an honorable death. You got to be doing something cool. And they did, and they were. Now they completely ravaged Christian England, but I mean, we digress.
I was gonna say, the
Danes are pretty brutal.
I've been telling people when the Germanic tribes
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
When the Germanic tribes got converted to Christianity, and that was what ended up, the Franks and the I forget the other. There's another Goths. Major group. Yeah, thank you. The Franks and the Goths, when they essentially take over the Roman Empire, and then it becomes the Holy Roman Empire. That the most violent period of time that the Catholic Church became a military institution also does come at the heels of these Germanic tribes taking over, which have roots in Viking history. When I read that, I was like, oh, it makes so much sense that's what happened.
Yeah, those guys were brutal. So technically Germany, like the modern Germany and the people in Germany, I think there was a study, is like very few of them are actually related to the Germanic, like the people that it gets its name from. But
yeah, I'm sure
it was mostly like Frankish and Goth people who were less Germanic and more like, I think, southwestern European. But where was I going with that? It was, and I was going to the fact that whenever you brought that up, my mind immediately went to Gladiator, the very beginning, where where are they fighting at? They're fighting in like mid middle of Germany, I think. Well, what's Germany now? That's one of the coolest openings of any movie ever made.
Yeah. Well, I saw that to point out, if you look at Christianity and you look at, Islam, you get very quickly Islam goes on the offensive, right? Obviously, from the history Chris has shown us, you don't get a like military minded Christian movement until like the 1000s, when the Franks and the Goths get converted and then they take over and Charlemagne comes in. And there's a really funny story where Charlemagne tried to convert people by the sword, and a bishop came to him and was like, "Hey man, we don't do that." He was like, "Hey, we think people actually need to like decide if they want to believe or not." And Charlemagne was like, "Oh, okay." He's like, sure." And then he pushed for like education so that people could read the Bible, because he was like, "Well, how would they know if they haven't read it?" And then he's like, the bishop was like, "Yeah, totally." And they're like, "All right, yeah, let's teach people Latin." And that was it. And but the Crusades and all of that, which I think Charlemagne was like 800s to 900s, but the Crusades, when those all start first off in response to Muslim aggression, but they start after these war-based tribal groups get converted and then get brought in and end up taking over the faith, right? But when you look at Islam, it's immediate. It took no time. This was part of it. For at least the first like 850 years of Christianity, they were largely pacifist.
So Andrew, I think the people that you were thinking of were the Saxons. The Goths came from Scandinavia, and then through Germany, but then the Saxons were German.
The Saxons go up.
Yeah, and they went left. They went west and up into England. And
there's so many of those groups that come into the fold all around the same time. And all
the Saxons were actually
English,
pretty cool. I can't front. I like the Saxons.
They said boof. That's where we get beef from.
They also are responsible for a lot of my people's culture. So, thanks, Saxony.
Yeah. Okay. This is Mary's website. I put it in the chat. So as I said, like she went hardcore on it. She started in February. So like she then like posted almost every single day from then for like months. Yeah. So this is her response to Jay Smith. And she has so many sources for Muhammad mythicism on every single claim they made. She basically made a website dedicated to debunking Muhammad mythicism with all the receipts. So there are several dozen articles on this going through Mahmud being a title, Mecca, and all the stuff happening, and specifically stuff dedicated to Muhammad mythicism. And yeah, this is a good source for that if you want to like, well, Muhammad mythicism doesn't really make sense because all the sources I'm reading now, it doesn't make sense, but also doesn't make sense based on the other arguments that they use. It's not nearly as strong as what people think it is whenever you examine the evidence. So I put that in the chat. I'll have it in the description of the stream afterward as well, for my stream at least. Very good website. I'm not going through her material for this stream. So if you want more stuff, you can go through hers. This is just what I have in my book. So this is continuing the same person from the 650s. The latter under two commanders. So this is the Muslim army. Were approximately 200,000 strong. So 200,000 people killed 150,000 men. Unless they killed the entire army, then they just destroyed them. The two forces had camped quite near one another and were ready for an engagement on the following morning. But during that very night, the army of Heracles was smitten by the sword of God. 52,000 of his men died where they slept. When on the following day, at the moment of joining battle, his men saw that so large a portion of their force had fallen by divine judgment, they no longer dared advance on the Saracens, but all retired whence they came. The Saracens proceeded, as was their habit, to lay waste to the provinces of the empire that had fallen to them. So whether or not that actually happened, who knows? But the army didn't engage. They were routed because of it and all and died. So maybe the people got scared and ran away. Maybe they actually died. So it's always hard to judge a person giving an apologetic of what their side did. Especially if they're like giving a miracle story. It doesn't mean miracles don't happen. Miracles absolutely can happen. But why would God kill 52,000 Christians? Miraculously, like this is very similar to like what happened to the enemies of Israel by Jesus himself in the Old Testament. Why would Jesus do that to the Christian army? I don't know. But, it is what it is. Either way, it's talking about the armies and the conquering of Muhammad and his people in the 650s. This is from Sebos. It's called Pseudo-Sebos because we're unsure of whether or not Sebos wrote it, but it is likely from the 600s, early to mid 600s. It's dated to 661 here, but it could be dated a little bit before that. Then Heracles, ordered them, the Jews, to go and remain in each one's habitation, and they departed. Taking desert roads, they went to Takastan, to the sons of Ishmael. So the Jews went to Ishmael, summoned them to their aid, and informed them of their blood relationship through the testament of Scripture. Although the latter were persuaded of their close relation, at the time, a certain man from among those same sons of Ishmael, whose name was Mahmed, a merchant, as if by God's command, appeared to them as a preacher in the path of truth. Is actually the same word that he uses in the Quran a bunch of times. This is Aduruk, or Derek. It's the way, the path to life. Jews also use this term. So this is a Jewish term that the Muslims co-opted in the Quran. It's part of the dilemma. But this is, again, from a very early historical account of what's happening. He's saying that the Jews went to Arabia, they encountered a tribe of Arabs, and then one of the men became a preacher whose name is Mahmed, which is Muhammad. It's the same root, a merchant. So that lines up pretty good. And he even uses his slogan. He taught them to recognize the God of Abraham, especially because he was learned and informed by the history of Moses. In the history of Moses. Now, because the command was from on high, at a single order, they all came together in unity of religion. Abandoning their vain cults, they turned to the living God who had appeared to their father Abraham. So Mahmed legislated for them not to eat carrion, not to drink wine, not to speak falsely, and not to engage in fornication. This is in the Quran. That's in the Quran and the Hadith. That's in the Quran. And that's also in the Quran, technically. So these are all Quranic things that Muhammad outlaws in the Quran. So the wine drinking is especially interesting because these other ones like, oh, well, that's just biblical. That's not biblical. That's a Muhammad invention. So he even includes one of Muhammad's inventions in this list early on within the lifetime of the eyewitnesses of Muhammad. So he said, with an oath, God promised this land to Abraham and his seed after him forever, and he brought about as he promised during that time while he loved Israel. So he even knows that their relationship changed. But now you are the sons of Abraham, and God is accomplishing his promise to Abraham and his seed for you. Love sincerely only the God of Abraham. No one will be able to resist you in battle because God is with you. That's, again, one of his promises. The Ummah will become victorious because God is with them. Right. Then they all gathered in unison, and they went from the desert of Paran, so the Arabs, 12 tribes according to the tribes of the families of their patriarchs. They divided into 12,000 men, like the sons of Israel, into their tribes, 1,000 men from each tribe to lead them into the land of Israel. And there follows a report on the first battle outside of Arabia. Then they returned and camped in Arabia. All the remnants of the people, the sons of Israel, gathered united together. They formed a large army. Following that, they sent messages to the Greek king saying, God gave that land to our father Abraham as a hereditary possession and to his seed after him. We are the sons of Abraham. You have occupied our land long enough. Abandon it peacefully, and we shall not come into your territory. Otherwise, we shall demand that possession from you with interest. So this is, again, super interesting. and very early and very much in line with the Quran and Islamic teaching and history.
Do you mean to tell me that Muslims back then also demanded people give up their stuff?
Mhm.
Not much has changed.
Yeah. It is worth noting that this account is debated on who gave it and when it was given, but there's a source going through the authenticity of it if you want to go through the argument of Sebos. But this does have Muhammad by name. Mandean Book of John is not debated, and it is from mid 7th century. So this is within the lifetime of the eyewitnesses. Muhammad the Arab will be born, the adopted son, son of forsaken son, the son of the adopted son. This is a poetry, by the way, so it's going to rhyme a lot. Ishmael. So he's the son of Ishmael. He's a Hagarite. Be called the son of Amana and Abdullah. So his mom and his dad, the right names, the right name for the Arab, 660s. 30 years, give or take, after Muhammad, this is being written. So for the mythers, how do you explain these type of things? Right name, right tribe, he's adopted, Ishmaelite, right mom, right dad. And then it describes, he will remove all tents and mosque will increase in the world. He will remove stability and peace, and deceit and sin will increase in the world. They will hate the book of wisdom, so they bring evil into the world. They will hate adultery, but commit adultery. They hate theft, but commit theft. They hate usury and compound interest, but give 1 and take 9. They pervert their scales and magnify their weight. Some of them shave their heads, and some of them neglect their hair. Some of them neglect their hair, and some of them have henna in their beards. Henna in the beard. That's very accurate. Some of them have henna in their beards and rise to pray in their mosque. When they see a man putting on a girdle, misery covers them from head to toe. They start questioning and say, who is your prophet? Tell us who is your prophet and tell us which is your book. Tell us which is your book and tell us whom do you worship. It sounds exactly like Muslims today. They neither know nor understand, accursed and disgraceful. They neither know nor understand that our Lord is the light king. He is the one on high. Now, I should say this is not written by Christians. This is written by people who worship John the Baptist.
Oh, what?
I shall tell you, yeah, Mandeans. There's still actually some Mandeans today. How the mythers handle it, ignore it. Yeah. So these are people who worship John the Baptist as like the true Messiah and the true God. They still exist. There's a very how many? Let's see, Mandeans alive today. There have been an unbroken history of 40 to 100,000 Mandeans alive today. They revere John the Baptist. These people still exist. They have existed in that state since like the 300s to today. So for like 1600, 1700 years, there's been Mandeans, and they're one of the earliest sources on Islam, which is really funny. But they're cults. They're not part of Christendom. I shall tell you about Arabs that their book was taken from the Torah. From the Torah, their book was taken, but they do not inform within the Torah. They practice circumcision like Jews, yet they heap curses upon the Jews, not knowing that they are Jews. Choice. Spirit has confused them, so dissension among them. Each one blames his companion, and they do not know whom they worship. My chosen ones. So I love they don't know that they're Jews, yet they curse the Jews.
Also, that whole part at the beginning where they're like, where he said they hate fornication, but they practice it. They hate theft, but they
usury and
practice it. They hate usury, but instead of compound interest, they just steal from people. Because that's what they would do. It's funny because people are like, and like, I hate interest as much as the next guy, but like the alternative is just, I mean, you lose money either way. But like, it's not any different. Said, oh, well, why charge compound interest on a $20,000 car when you could just say, hey, pay me 25 grand? You're like, Okay, but you're losing basically the same amount of money either way, right? And that, never mind. Don't get me started on that. Money is weird.
Anyway, this is from the Mandean Book of John, page 54 for the description of Muhammad and 157 for the description of the Muslims. So that's a free PDF online. You can read it. Maximus the Confessor, 662. This one we're a bit more sure of. For indeed, what is more dire than the evils which today afflict the world? What is more terrible for the discerning than the unfolding events? What is more pitiful and frightening for those who endure them? To see a barbarous people of the desert overrunning another's lands as though they were their own. To see civilization itself being ravaged by wild and untamed beasts, whose form alone is human.
Wow.
Yeah. People legitimately thought the rise of Islam was the end of the world because of how terrible Muslims were. It's crazy.
This could be a polemic.
That everyone else who encountered Muslims thought that was the end of the world.
Yeah. Because like nobody said that about Christians. Nobody was like, oh my goodness, this bloodthirsty cult of Christus. It was always just kind of like, yeah, he's just weird guys who follow this magician called Christus. And then you get to Muslims and it's like, these guys wanted to kill us.
I think the worst you get early on is people that claiming that they were eating babies.
Yeah, because they were saving them from being
there was that
alive.
But people were taking like portions of what they heard and they made like a rumor out of it because they took the Jesus lying in a manger. So they took the baby in the manger, and then they took when they were saying they were eating the bread of life and the bread and blood of Jesus, and they merged that and they're like, oh, so they're taking babies, they're putting them in a trough, and then they're eating them.
Well,
and that was the rumor that went around.
The whole thing was that these Romans would leave children outside in it's called exposure. They would just leave them outside to die, and Christians would save them. And
mostly baby girls.
The Roman people were like, oh my goodness, they're eating our kids. So that's kind of where that came from, because they were like, wait, they're saving these children, but they also say that they eat the body and blood of this guy. Oh, they're eating our kids. And
they worship a baby in a pig trough.
And
wait, and they eat his flesh and drink his blood.
Yeah, that's actually that's how the early church overwhelmingly female. I think it was like at one point in the early history, it was like 8 to 1, female to male, because all the orphanages were just baby girls that were saved by priests.
Yeah,
so you just have this overwhelming number of girls born and surviving because they wanted boys for war.
Right.
So you would just kill the girls. You might keep a couple of them, but the girls were baby factories for the Roman war machine. So the boys are what you wanted to raise. It's what you wanted to spend your energy on. So they would just throw out girls, and then the church collected them because they didn't want to see people die. And then all the orphanages were basically all females. And then the church became very female.
It's funny because Ash I say the other day, this has been a while ago, but Ash mentioned to us how he who was it? Who was the guy that Ash mentioned? I think it's Apologia Studios. What's his name? You know what I'm talking about.
I'm sure I do.
He's Jeff Durbin. Jeff Durbin, whenever he talks about abortion, how people are like, well, what's your solution? And Jeff Durbin's like, I mean, I'll adopt him. And that was like the church's philosophy. It was like,
he's like legitimately adopted. Like, how many kids is like?
He has a
bunch.
Right.
He has a number of kids adopted. I don't know if I'll actually be able to find a number, but I've seen lots of pictures of him having a variety of babies behind him, and like grown children and everything else.
Right.
Super cool dude.
Yeah, very cool.
He
dude.
is a Protestant. If you want to check out his stuff, he actually responds to the Catholic Church, which I thought was interesting. That Ash was. I've had a lot of interesting conversations with Ash, but
he's also a Calvinist.
So. Yeah. Anyway, hot Christian girls converted European kings. Hot Christian girls have converted a lot of people to Christianity.
It's one of the books in the Apocrypha. It's Judith. That book is essentially a hot Jewish girl seduces the king of the Persian. I mean, I guess Parthian. I don't know. Anyways, I think it's a Parthian group. They're coming to ransack Judea, and their plan, Judith is like, I got this, and she like puts on all of her fine adornment, and she like goes into the camp and gets the king to like fall in love with her. And I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty metal. After, I don't know if either of you have read Judith. Have you ever read?
No.
Okay, so she after she gets into the camp, the night before they're supposed to go and attack Jerusalem, she gets him like super drunk, and she doesn't drink anything. They go back to his tent where he expects, what he expects, but then he falls asleep, and she grabs his sword and lifts it up and prays to God and is like, thank you for surrendering him into my hand, and cuts his head off and takes it back to the camp. And then all of the Parthians run away. And I was like, hey, I remember when I was reading it, I had no idea that was about to happen. And when it happened, I was in such shock. I was like, oh my God.
That has happened so many times in history. It's kind of insane. That almost happened to Muhammad.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know that story?
I think I've heard it.
After he slaughtered one of the tribes of the Jews, he then took one of the women to be his wife and had intercourse with her, passed out, and slept next to her with his sword available. I think it was Abu Bakr, but one of his companions, one of like the companions was, or it might have been Ibn Masud. They were like pacing outside his tent all night, waiting to listen if anything happened so that he could go in and kill the woman. Because he's like, this is a terrible idea. Why are you going to allow this woman to be by you while you're sleeping? She's going to kill you. So he was expecting Muhammad to die, just outright. Then he was going to kill her after Muhammad died. But yeah, like Muhammad's just so stupid, man.
He obviously didn't know the history of Jewish women. They might drive a tent peg into your head. They might cut your head off. You don't know. They are really about that life. Don't.
Yeah,
they'll get you.
Wild, man. Yeah.
They may also summon 450 prophets of Baal against Elijah, so they could also do that.
Well, they're not all perfect. Okay. Everybody has flaws. Okay.
I don't actually know if Jezebel was Jewish. Now that I think about it.
That's a good question.
Remember?
Was Jezebel Jewish? Computer, was Jezebel Jewish?
No, Phoenician.
I do
not remember.
See? Yeah. Yeah, take it back, Chase.
My fault. But she was Jewish then, if that matters.
This is another source for the Islamic destruction. I'm just gonna skip. Here's another interesting one. Just keep it moving. The general sent numerous troops against the Arabs, but they routed them all, and the Arabs dashed and besieged Sush. Taking it after a few days, they killed all the distinguished citizens and seized the house of Mar Daniel, taking the treasure that was kept there, which had been preserved on the king's orders ever since the days of Darius and Cyrus. Cyrus. Yeah, this is old treasure. When would that be?
Well,
at least 1,000 years.
Yeah, Daniel, what, like 700?
Yeah, so around 1,000-year-old treasure. They also broke open and took off a silver chest in which a mummified corpse was laid. According to many, it was Daniel's, but others held it belonged to King Darius. They also besieged Shushtar, fighting for 2 years in order to take it. Then a man from Qatar who lived there became friends with someone who had a house on the walls, and the two of them conspired together and went out to the Arabs, telling them, if you give us a third of the spoil of the city, we will let you into it. Brutal. They made an agreement between them and dug tunnels inside under the walls, letting in the Arabs, who thus took Shushtar, spilling blood there as if it were water. They killed the exegy of the city and the bishop of Harmez Adshar, along with the rest of the students, priests, and deacons, shedding their blood in the very church sanctuary. Armazan they took alive. So they shed blood as if it was water. Yeah. Regarding the dome of Abraham, we have been unable to discover what it is, except that because the blessed Abraham grew rich in property and wanted to give away from the envy of the Canaanites, he chose to live in the desert and spacious parts of the desert. Since he lived in tents, he built that place for the worship of God and for the offspring of the sacrifices. It took its present name from what it had been since the memory of the place was preserved with the generations of the race. Indeed, it was not a new thing for the Arabs to worship there, but goes back to antiquity, to the early days, in that they show honor to the father and the head of their people, Hassar, which scripture calls the head of kingdoms, belonging to the Arabs, while Medina is named after Midian. So he's actually identifying the Midianites with Medina, because Medina was Yathrib. Muhammad renamed it. The Midianites are associated with Ishmael in the Bible. So because he's one of Abraham's sons.
One of Ishmael's no.
So the Ishmaelites.
Yeah.
It's Abraham's son. It's one of his. Abraham had 8 sons.
Right.
So it's one of the sons of Abraham, not from Sarah, not from Hagar, but from Keturah. Right. It's also called Yathrib, which is what it was called before it's conquered, and Dumat Jandal, in the territory of Hagariah, which is rich in water, palm trees, and fortified by buildings, the territory of Hatta, and it just keeps going. Interestingly, though, this is saying that in Mecca, the Kaaba is ancient and it was built by Abraham. So it's actually an early source claiming that they worship at the Kaaba. So like for the mythers, you're like, oh, well, the Kaaba didn't exist until way later. Mecca didn't exist on the map. This is an early source showing that Mecca worship was already established. And this source believed that it was actually from Abraham. Now it's not from Abraham. We can prove that it's not. But we have an early source 30 years after saying that Mecca had been established by Abraham, and then people changed it to other sacrifices. So it lost its memory of what Abraham built it. Then Muhammad restored the worship of Abraham to the people there. And then he named it Medina after Midian. So after their tribe, essentially, because they identified a Midian with Ishmael. It's not true, but that's what they did. And then it keeps going, and we don't really need to read the rest of that. So this is obviously the Kaaba. So we have a mention of the Kaaba within 30 years of Islam, and the mention of the Arabs worshiping through the way that Abraham worshipped, and spilling blood as if it was water. Yeah, so people say that Mecca was Petra first. No, it wasn't.
So there are
very little reason to believe that.
There are several mosques that point toward Petra, but I don't think that's for the same reason, though. I don't know if they just didn't really know what direction they were facing, or why it faces Petra.
Right. Well, the earliest Qiblas were Jerusalem.
Right. So and that makes sense. Even be some, it depends on where the mosques are. Mosques that
point to Petra. I wonder if any of them are actually trying to point to Jerusalem and accidentally point to Petra. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like, oh, what about all these other mosques that point to South Africa? It's like, well, okay,
none of these
actually, yeah, that's not actually what that.
Yeah,
it's trying to communicate. They just didn't know what direction
they were
facing.
Is that one pointing to Jerusalem or is it pointing to Petra? I would say this one's pointing to Jerusalem. Is that one trying to point to Mecca? I would say yeah. Are all these trying to point to Mecca? I would say yeah.
Probably.
Are all these ones trying to point to Jerusalem or Petra? I don't know. Again, Jerusalem and Petra are so close, and because they're stacked, any of these that are pointing that direction or any of these that are pointing that direction, you could just as easily say are pointing to, like, even these ones that are pointing straight down, it could be pointing to Jerusalem, not Petra.
Even if they are pointed to Petra, they were confused people, man. They didn't know what direction they were facing.
I don't think it's nearly as impressive as what mythicists typically claim it is.
So. Especially when you have all those mosques in Africa that just point to the middle of nowhere.
Right. So you have to assume a lot more of their ability to chart maps,
right?
In a time that they just didn't have.
So, they got it wrong when they were like right next to the place. I don't know if you looked at that map or not, but there were lines going everywhere.
Yeah. Mary has done a video specifically, or Mary has done a article on that website I linked earlier, specifically on the Petra, Mecca, all that stuff. We do have many early accounts of Mecca as well, being where he's coming out of, specifically the Hijaz. So we come from out of the land of Paran, for example. That would be the Hijaz. It would, yeah. Again, I've seen it. I don't think I do not think the evidence he's presenting is as strong as what people are realizing, especially when we have a lot of early testimony that it wasn't that it was actually Mecca. Now, is Mecca the Mecca that Muslims claim it is? No. We have no evidence of that whatsoever.
Yeah, Mecca was not the kind of place that, especially like even the Sirah claims it was. Like,
right. Yeah. I am, just because I think Muhammad existed does not mean I'm confirming the standard Islamic narrative. I'm not. I think much of it is false. A lot of much of the hadith is false, but a lot of the biography of Muhammad is also but we don't have a lot of the evidence to support the specific things that Muhammad did, said, went, and all that. We do have evidence of Yathrib being Yathrib and then becoming Medina. We do have evidence of the conquering of the earliest caliphs. We do have evidence of Muhammad as a person within the lifetime of the eyewitnesses, with that name, with his lineage, with all that. So we have so much evidence for Muhammad as a person. Now, did he grow up in Mecca? I don't know. Did he grow up in Medina? I have no idea. I think the evidence is kind of mixed. But did a person in the early 600s named Muhammad start a cult and then led it into bloody war? Absolutely. I think that is one of the most certain facts of history. I'm as confident as I am that Jesus died and resurrected. We have no reason to doubt it. Either of those. So, anyway. Close to the same period, the Armenian scholar seems to have acquired similar information. He likewise notes the connection between the conquerors and a revered Arab sanctuary, Arabian sanctuary. So this is, again, very, very early on, talking about Mecca and specifically the Kaaba. In the long research of his geography, Ananias comments that in Iraqi Arabia is a region of Pharyntius, where the town of Ferran is located, which I think the Arabs call Mecca. So, Mecca, in the early to mid 600s, Mecca is called explicitly, and it's identified with the Kaaba. Mecca. Writing slightly later, and perhaps with more information at his disposal, Ananias adds in the shorter recension of the geography that Pharyntus is foolishly called the House of Abraham. Late 600s. This is when the mosques are being built that are pointing to Petra, by the way. So when those mosques are being built that are pointing to Petra, we already have historians commenting that it is Mecca with the Kaaba. that they're coming out of, that they're worshiping at, that they're doing these things to. It's just, we just don't have the type of things that mythicists are persuaded into believing we have. We have so much counter evidence, it's insane. George of Rashana, 680. After Maximus went up to Rome, the Arabs seized control of the islands of the sea and entered Cyprus and Arad, ravaging them and taking captives. They gained control over Africa and subdued almost all of the islands of the sea. Following the wicked Maximus, the wrath of God punished every place which had accepted his error. When Maximus saw that Rome had accepted the foul mire of his blasphemies, he also went down to Constantinople at the time when Mumaya made peace with the Emperor Constans, having started a war with Abu Turab, the emirate of Hira, Siphon, and defeated him. So this is one of the leaders of Islam. John Damascus. He is one of the dudes that most people are aware of for starting the Islamic dilemma. He also talks about things with the Talmudic dilemma, which is fun. A very cool based source. He's writing before the Abbasids. He died before the Abbasids, actually. This is in On Heresies of the Ishmaelites, and it's 71 through 78 that I pulled from. I didn't quote the whole thing. I recommend you to go read the whole thing. The whole thing's pretty fun. But the Ishmaelites, became idol worshippers. They worship the morning star and Aphrodite. Do you know what these things are? It's pretty interesting. So Venus Moon conjunction. They believed the morning star is Venus, and this is roughly what that looks like. What does that look like to you?
The crescent and the star.
The crescent and the star. This is Venus and the moon. Venus was one of the high deities of modern day Yemen, ancient Saba, and then became the Himmerite kingdom. This was one of their high deities. That actually there is Shams worship and Amalka, and a variety of other worships as well. The crescent moon and Venus symbol is super, super ancient. And it is going back to like 1000 plus AD. This exact symbology predates Islam by so much. It's really funny and it's extremely pagan. The two-horned one is the name of the god that this is all referring to. So Islamic iconography that has this type of stuff on it is paganism, just outright. I did a stream on this with Mary Arb a long time ago. I'll eventually make a video on it whenever I get around to making more videos, not on the Talmud dilemma. But this is paganism. It's a very specific type of paganism. And the Ishmaelites were worshiping them, as was pretty much everyone else in the Middle East, who were pagans. They worshipped Aphrodite, who was also identified with the star and the moon. So it's interesting that he's also like, because the standard Muslim claim is that the Ottomans are the ones that brought the crescent moon into Islam in like the, I think 1300s or 1400s. So like, oh, well, we didn't start using that as a symbol until way later. And at that point, it was so disconnected from paganism that it's not actually related to Islam. And then here's a source that's like, oh no, they do actually worship it. So the Ishmaelites worship this. And it's like, ooh, we actually have a bunch of other sources that also say that they worshipped it. And some symbology with Allah being connected to snakes. That was one of it. Being connected with like the idea of the two-horned one. There's a lot of stuff you can go down with this rabbit hole to show that Islam from the beginning, from before the beginning, Allah was Hubal, and Hubal was a pagan deity. He's Baal from the biblical. He's Satan. So they're worshiping literal Satan, but one of the forms that they're worshiping Satan through is this star and crescent moon. So it's interesting thing there. So whenever Muslims are like, oh no, the crescent moon is pagan, but it didn't mean paganism whenever we adopted it. No, their history with it goes way before the Ottomans. Anyway, and they remained as such until the time of Heracles. So this is right whenever Muhammad came. When Muhammad appeared, Muhammad, the founder of Islam, is a false prophet who by chance came across the Old and New Testament and who also pretended that he encountered an Arian monk, and thus he devised his own heresy. Muhammad claims that a book was sent down to him from heaven. He says that there is one God, creator of all, who is neither begotten nor has begotten. So,
when is this dated?
John Damascus. The late
okay.
600s and early 700s. Yeah, so that's his lifespan. I don't remember if there's an exact date for On Heresies. Dating. Google will give me a range. 730 to 746. So early to mid 700s and before the Abbasids. So before the Abbasids invented Islam to justify their empire.
Yeah, this is really specific.
So it's extremely specific, yeah. Around the 700s, whenever they get hyper specific about all of the details of Islam, because by that point they have the Quran they're working from, the idea of an Arian monk is going to come up a bunch. And I want to present to you the original form of the Talmudic dilemma given in the 700s, because my argument is not new. It is not even going back to Geiger in the 1800s. It goes back to Muhammad in the Quran, and then it is repeated by Jews and Christians in the 600s and 700s. So the argument that Muhammad got all of his material from Jews and Christians goes back to the 1st century of Islam. It's pretty fun. So that's why I have this in my book. This is the history of the argument. But he devised his own heresy, and he claims all those things. He says that Christ is the Word of God and his Spirit, created and a servant, born from Mary, the sister of Moses and Aaron, without seed. I love how he has the sister of Moses for Mary. Beautiful choice. Because of the word of God entered Mary, and she gave birth to Jesus, a prophet and servant of God, that the Jews, violating the law, wanted to crucify him, and they seized him, but they crucified his shadow. And Christ himself was not crucified, they say, nor did he die. God took him up to heaven unto himself because he loved him. And he says that when he ascended into heaven, God asked him, Jesus, did you say that I am son of God and God? Jesus answered, be merciful to me, O Lord. You know that I did not say so. Neither shall I boast that I am your servant. But men who have gone astray wrote that I said this thing, and they spoke lies against me, and they are in error. And God answered to him, I know that you would not say this thing. Who is the one who gives witness that God gave him a book? Who are the prophets foretold that such a prophet would arise? The Muslims accuse the Christians of being associators for ascribing a partner to God by calling Christ the Son of God and God. The Christians in turn accuse Muslims of being mutilators, having disassociated God from his word and spirit. Based. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah. Allah is connected with snakes? Yes. Hubal is, at least. And Hubal is Allah. So you could, it's a chain of arguments to get to that point, but there's a very strong argument you can make for Hubal being Allah, both being the chief deities within the Kaaba. There's names that are like, they have theophoric names of Allah and Hubal at that time period. You can go through the stream I did with Mary on it. It was a pretty cool stream. Yeah, bro is shooting himself in the foot since the beginning. Yeah. I'm not sure about that. I think the Quran was likely finished in the late 600s to early 700s. He's quoting the Quran fairly well, and so do other people. So as we mentioned earlier, whenever they're forbidding alcohol and they're forbidding pork and all these other things, like they have very specific things from the Quran that they are outlawing. So either they got that orally, or they actually had the Quran available to them. It's kind of hard to say which one it is, because oral culture was very prominent, and they would tell things from person to person. So I would lean towards the Quran being mostly completed, but maybe not in its final states at the time of John of Damascus. The Uthmanic recension is late 600s. So probably is mostly together by then. The Quran's history is a hodgepodge of disaster, though. If you go through the manuscript evidence we have of it, like all the tapings that they did to try to fix it, like there's so much corruption that happened to the Quran, and it's so poorly put together. It's hard to tell much about it. And then they burned all the copies to try to make one variant, and then there still ended up being dozens of variants. So, yeah. Or are they forbidding Mubahala? Actually, there's a very early source that describes Mubahalas. I think I have it in this, but I don't remember where that would be. Anyway, so those are all the accounts that we have before, well, maybe other than like Saint Bede and a couple others. That's most of the accounts we have before the Abbasids existed. So from all those accounts, and most of those are not Muslim accounts, you also do have Muslim accounts that are before the Abbasids that say largely the same things. The same wars, the same history, the same parentage, the same lineage through Abraham and Ishmael. Like much of the information we just talked about is also available in early Islamic writings. Now the Jews and Christians are way more mean-spirited about it. And I didn't even read the Apology of Al-Kindi, which is even more brutal. But you have Saint Bede as well mentioning the destruction happening in England in 729. So they started rising up very quickly. And by 729, they were already in this area and they were already starting to attack England. So Saint Bede, who is a English historian of the church, he was writing about how two comets appeared in the sun to the great terror of the beholders. One of them went before the rising sun in the morning. The other followed him when he sat at night, as it were presaging much destruction to the east and west. One was the forerunner of the day, the other forerunner of the night, to signify that mortals were threatened with calamities at both times. They carried their flaming tail towards the north, as it were ready to set the world on fire. They appeared in January and continued nearly a fortnight, at which time a dreadful plague of Saracens ravaged France with miserable slaughter. But they not long after in that country received the punishment due to their wickedness, which is also true. They ravaged France and they were kicked back to Spain, which is why Spain became Islamic, but France didn't, because France held the line. So you have more history for that. Theophanes is one of my favorites. So this is from page 333 of his Chronicles. And this is about Muhammad. And this is one of the earliest like Talmudic dilemma type statements we have, other than two I'll show in a second. So in this year died Muhammad, the leader and false prophet of the Saracens, after appointing his kinsman, Abu Bakr, that's Abu Bakris, so that's the Greek version of Abu Bakr, to his chieftain. So after Muhammad died, Abu Bakr became caliph.
Yeah. It doesn't say Ali. I mean, it would make sense because Abu Bakr was,
literally the second caliph. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was made that way.
Accurate history so far.
It is accurate. Yeah.
Theophanes is quoting Ibn Ashaq in 808 to 815. So Theophanes has Ibn Ashaq, which was written in the late 700s, 765, I think it was. Jay had it on his map. Ibn Ashaq. So Theophanes is right here for his whole, Ibn Ashaq. No, Theophanes is right here, quoting Ibn Ashaq. At the same time, his repute spread abroad and everyone was frightened. Everyone was frightened. At the beginning of his advent, the misguided Jews thought he was the Messiah who was awaited by them, so that some of their leaders joined him and accepted his religion while forsaking that of Moses, who saw God. Those who did so were 10 in number, and they remained with him until his murder. But when they saw him eating camel meat, they realized that he was not the one they thought him to be, and were at a loss what to do, being afraid to abjure his religion, because, death penalty. Those wretched men taught him illicit things directed at us Christians, and remained with him. So there's 10 rabbis who converted to Islam, who then taught Muhammad how to attack Christians, which is why supposedly the majority of the Quran is Jewish. Interestingly, the Jews say the opposite thing about Christians. So I consider it necessary to give an account of this man's origin. He was a descendant from a very widespread tribe, the Quraysh, that of Ishmael, son of Abraham. For Nazaros, the descendant of Ishmael, is recognized as the father of them all. He begot 2 sons, Merodos and Rabas. Merodos begat Corios and Caius and Themes and Asodos and other unknown. All of them dwelt in the Midianite desert and kept cattle. So again, you have the Midianites coming up. Themselves living in tents, there are also those farther away who are not of their tribe, but that of Lachtan, the so-called Ammonites, that is Hemorites, and some of them traded on their camels, being destitute and an orphan. So they are traders. So him being a poor orphan, the Mohammed decided to enter the service of a rich woman who was a relative of his cousin specifically, called Khadijah, as a hired worker, and with a view to trading by camel in Egypt and Palestine. Little by little, he became bolder and integrated himself with that woman, who was a widow, took her as a wife, and gained possession of her camels and her substance. Where then, whenever he came to Palestine, he consorted with Jews and Christians and sought from them certain scriptural matters. He was also afflicted with epilepsy. So this is one of the early sources we have for him being epileptic for how he got his revelation. This also comes up in the Hadith.
Was this just an assumption of his?
This is taught.
Oh, okay.
This is part of Islamic history. This is part of early Islamic history. It's also part of the Hadith.
I was gonna say, because everything he would said so far has just been everything he said so far has been pretty standard. But then the epilepsy thing kind of threw me off. So they actually they also thought that he was epileptic.
Yeah, because he would seize whenever he would give revelation. He would go behind the curtain just like, and he would shake and grow like a camel.
Yeah, it sounds like Ellen G. White. Anyways, sorry.
When his wife became aware of this, she was greatly distressed, in as much as she, a noblewoman, had married a man such as he, who was not only poor, but also an epileptic, because that was very, very, very frowned upon in that culture. He tried deceitfully to placate her by saying, I keep seeing a vision of a certain angel called Gabriel, and being unable to bear his sight, I faint and fall down. He would literally do this, according to the Hadith. Now, she had a certain monk living there, a friend of hers, who had been exiled for his depraved doctrine. So again, an Aryan monk is the idea. And she related everything to him, including the angel's name. Wishing to satisfy her, he said to her, he has spoken the truth, for this is the angel who is sent to all the prophets. This is a Jewish belief. What? When she had heard the words of the false monk, she was the first to believe in Muhammad and proclaimed to the other women of her tribe that he was a prophet. Thus the report spread from women to men, and first to Abu Bakr, whom he left as his successor. This heresy prevailed in the region of Ethrobos, in the last resort by war, at first secretly for 10 years, and by war another 10, and openly 9. So that's pretty close to the actual history. He taught his subjects that he who kills an enemy or is killed by an enemy goes to paradise. And he said that this paradise was one of carnal eating and drinking and intercourse with women, and a river of wine, honey, and milk, and that the women were not like the ones down here, but different ones, and that the intercourse was long-lasting and the pleasure continuous, and other things full of prolificacy and stupidity. And also that men should feel sympathy for one another and help those who are wronged. the juxtaposition between that and all of this nonsense.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So the monk legend becomes one of the foremost, most important legends of early Islam that we're about to go through. It's pretty incredible. So,
guys, I apologize. I am gonna have to back out.
Well, I was gonna say I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule ever since I got back from vacation, and I was also going to bow out.
I'm fine going by myself.
I'm pretty lame. You'll be on the channel by yourself. Don't mention any monkeys and
I apologize, Chris. I have been requested by my wife.
I've not been requested. I've just been really trying to be better. Okay. I like to
only 2 hours and 45 or
35
minutes.
I'd like to give a plug for starting your day out with prayer and reading the Bible. I very much like to plug this as a thing that everyone should do. And I can't do that if I go to bed at midnight anymore. It's nearly impossible for me to do that. So if I think that for the sake of my spiritual health, that taking a breather from reading about Muhammad historically in order to go to bed and be able to still get up in the morning to spend personal time with the Lord is more important. Not that I think Chris is any less important than anything else necessarily, but I do value my spiritual health, and I think that that's an important thing that everyone should do. So I'm not advocating for everyone to go to bed right now if you don't want to, but if you have problems with sleep and with staying awake like me and most Americans, go to bed maybe a little bit earlier to get up a little bit earlier. Reward yourself with a nice long shower, nice cup of coffee, and then get in the Word. You know what I'm saying? Be in prayer. So I think that's a good way to start our days. So with that in mind, I think I'm going to have to bow out. Thank you for having me. And it was good to know that this is quite a bit. I didn't realize just how deep a lot of this stuff went. So
yeah,
also
I'm only through, by the way.
That's I know. Also to address the guy TX for you, that Robert Spencer makes a case for somebody creating Islam. Muhammad the Praised One was a heretical Aryan Arab appellation of Jesus. I'd be really, it would be really cool if you just like watched the first part of the stream, because that's what we talked about. So
don't leave your garage doors open.
Oh my gosh! If my garage door was open at 11:39 at night, you wouldn't see me next week.
Yeah, he would be shot dead.
Yeah, I would be put down like a bad dog.
So yes, but sir,
your herd would have escaped.
Just read, not read, but watch the beginning of the stream. I think I have this
available. I'll read, that.
So
this document is pinned in the comment section right now, so you can just go read it yourself if you don't trust me.
And
I have all the sources.
It's really not all that important. Like, I don't really care if Muhammad did exist or not. It makes more sense that he does. And I feel like it's a little disingenuous to try and be like, well, actually. So, all right. Good night, all. Love you.
Night. Love you guys.
See you,
Chris. Thank you. And thank you for carrying on our stream with us not being here.
Yes, we appreciate it.
Good night.
See ya.
Good night. All right, I can take my headphones off. Now I'm Chris Unhinged. Okay, let's blast through it. A lot of these are really fun. I might skip some of the bit shorter passages. I want to go through Peter the Venerable because he's brutal. I want to go through Al-Razi, and I want to go through the Freethinkers. The crazy thing about this thing is I've actually left out a bunch of references, like 20, 30 references to early Islam about Muhammad, because it's so overwhelming. So whenever I say like we have more evidence for Muhammad than Jesus, because Jesus, we have accounts from 3 different cultures, like 8 different authors, and then 7 or 8 early Christians. Okay, we have dozens of accounts within the first 100 years of Muhammad. It's insane. Anyway, bizarre Chris is alone. You are at my mercy now. Anyway, this is from a Jewish source. This is the earliest Jewish source on Islam, which is pretty fun. So this is the Secrets of Rabbi Simon Bon Yochai. It's not actually written by him, but it's attributed to him. This is written likely late 600s, early 700s. There were These are the secrets that were revealed to Rabbi Simon bar Yochai, not actually that rabbi, when he was hiding in a cave on account of the persecutions of Caesar, king of Edom, Rome. There's also one of the earliest sources we have for Esau being Jesus. That's where we get Esau from. He stood in prayer 40 days and 40 nights and began thusly, Lord God, how long will you spur the prayer of your servant? And immediately there were revealed to him the secrets of the eschaton, so the end of days, and various hidden things. He began to sit and expound the passage, and he beheld the Kenites. When he perceived that the kingdom of Ishmael would come, exercising dominion over Israel, he exclaimed, is it not sufficient that what the wicked kingdom of Edom, the Christians, has done to us, that we should also suffer the dominion of the kingdom of Ishmael? So immediately Metatron, the prince of the presence, answered him and said, do not be afraid, mortal, for the Holy One, blessed be he, is bringing about the kingdom of Ishmael only for the purpose of delivering you from the wicked one, Edom. He shall rise up over them a prophet in accordance with his will, and he will subdue the land for them, and they shall come and restore it with grandeur. Great enmity and will exist between them and the children of Esau. So notice here, this is the angel Metatron. So we get to like the two powers of heaven stuff. Like this is happening still in the 600s, 700s. And then we also have the reason why the kingdom of Ishmael exists is because God is bringing them about for the purpose of destroying the Christians. And the Christians are called the children of Esau by a Jewish rabbi after the time of Muhammad, shortly after the time of Muhammad. So I've brought this up multiple times as an idea of why is Jesus called Isa in the Islamic sources? It makes no sense. Even from the Syriac, you're still moving letters in order for it to become Isa when it should be Yasu or Yasua. Entirely different letters, entirely different vowels. So why is he named Isa? Isa is almost identical to Esau in the Arabic. So he is like basically being called Esau. And Edom, the Edomites, are the children of Esau. They're the tribe that came from Esau. Rome was identified with Esau and the Edomites, and Rome was identified with specifically the Christians. So king of Edom. So all this stuff is working together. So this will be one of the early polemics against Christianity, that Jesus is called Isa or Esau as an offensive term, as an illegitimate child of Jacob, because he's not a true Jew is the idea. So they call him Isa as an offense because he's not actually a Jew, because Esau's, like the Edomites, are not Jews. So they call Christians Edomites because they're not Jewish, they're Christian, so it's a different religion according to them. And they call Jesus Esau as, again, a offensive title to Jesus. So Muhammad claiming that he loves Jesus is using an offensive, derogatory slur as his name. So anyway, Metatron, pasta and Roman history, and a large variety of other stuff. My streams can be fun sometimes. Rabbi Shimon answered and said, from whence are they understood as our deliverance? He said to them, do not Isaiah the prophet speak thusly, and should he see charity of a pair of riders, so this is like people who are riding in chariots, one riding a donkey and one riding a camel, why did he put the rider of a donkey before the rider of a camel? Should he not instead have said rider of a camel, rider of a donkey? So the rider of a camel here is obviously Muslims. And then the rider of the donkey are the Jews. No, the textual sequence means that when the one who rides the camel, Ishmael or Muhammad, emerges, the kingdom ruled by the one mounted upon a donkey has manifested by his agency. So the Muslims will bring about the messianic kingdom. The rider of the donkey is the Messiah. So the Muslims coming, destroying the Byzantines will make way for the Messiah to come, according to this early Jewish writing. Another opinion, rider of a donkey connotes at the same time when rider upon a donkey. Consequently, they, Ishmael, are deliverance for Israel, like the deliverance associated with the one upon a donkey. So again, the Muslims are saving the Jews. This is a Muslim work. The earliest Jewish work we have is actually praising the Muslims for destroying Christians. Moreover, Rabbi Simon reported that he learned from Rabbi Ishmael at the time when the latter learned that the kingdom of Ishmael was coming, that the kingdom of Ishmael will measure the land with ropes, as scripture says, and the land will be apportioned for wages. They will make cemeteries pasture land for grazing flocks, and when one of them dies, they will bury him in any place they please. It's also the view that they are corrupting the land because you're not able to eat of fields that had dead bodies in it. So this is a corruption that's happening. They will then turn around and plow the grave and sow seed on it, as scripture attests. Thus the children of Israel will eat their food in a state of impurity. Why so? Because the location of impure fields will be unknown. And again he beheld the Canaanite. What was the parable that the wicked one, Balaam, pronounced when he foresaw that his, the Canaanites' descendants, were destined to arise and enslave Israel? He began rejoicing and said, Ethan is your place of dwelling. I see human beings who are occupied only with the commandments of Ethan the Ezrahite. So he is prophesying again the coming of the Ishmaelites. The second king who will rise from Ishmael will be a friend of Israel. He will repair their breaches and fix the breaches of the temple and shape Mount Moriah and make the whole of it a level plain. He will build for himself there a place of prayer upon the site of the foundation stone, as scripture says, and set your nest on the rock. He will wage war with the children of Esau and slaughter their troops and capture a large number of them. Eventually he will die in peace and with great honor. This is of Abu Bakr and the building of the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem after Jerusalem was destroyed. So he's lamenting the destruction of Jerusalem by the Muslims at the beginning of it. Then he says, oh, no. We will have our status as, children of Abraham restored by the Ishmaelites after they destroy the Christian church there and make it a church for worshiping God. And then he will raise a great king from Hazmarat, and he will exercise rule only for a few years. Rulers of the children of Kedar shall rise up against him and kill him, and bring to power another king whose name is Miri. They shall take him from following flocks and mule herds, and elevate him to kingship. There shall rise from him 4 arms who will make repairs on the temple. So this is again the building of the temple, So this is a prediction that's going to happen. At the end of the reign of the 4 arms, there shall come to power another king. He will diminish measures for quantity, length, and weight, and enjoy 3 years of tranquility. Dispute will erupt in the world during his reign, and he will send out mighty forces against the Edomites. There, the Byzantinians, the Christians, they will die of hunger, and even though they will have abundant provisions, he will refuse sustenance from them, and none will be given him. The children of Edom will prevail over the children of Israel and slaughter them. Then the children of Ishmael will rise and burn the provisions, and those who are left will flee and depart. So these are all like historical events. This is writing likely after Ali's time, or like soon after Ali's time. Then another king will arise who will seek to cut off waters of the Jordan. He will bring faraway people from alien lands to excavate and build a canal to bring up the waters of the Jordan to irrigate the land. The excavated portion of the land will collapse upon them and kill them. Their leaders will hear about this and they will rebel against the king and kill him. Another king then will arise, a strong king and warrior. A dispute will erupt in the world during his reign. This will be the sign for you. When you see that the western Gerin has fallen, and the one on the western side of the place of prayer of the children of Ishmael in Damascus, his dominion will have fallen. This is talking about Ali. They will be assembled and marched out to do forced labor. Indeed, the kingdom of Ishmael will collapse. So he's predicting under the reign of Ali that all this stuff is going to be happening, and it doesn't happen. So this is what, like, fan fiction, essentially. So he's like relating a loose history of Islamic history, and then he's saying that like the Ishmaelites will fall. Didn't happen, but that's the earliest Jewish source we have for it, and it is again naming all of these things, including like the riders of camels and Muhammad and them fighting against the Byzantines and all these things. Just crazy. We also have this manuscript. This is also from the Jews, from the Cairo-Genzia manuscripts. And this is likely way later in history, but I thought it was so funny. This is part of what I like to call the earliest Talmudic dilemma given by Jews and Christians. They both had this account happening. So we'll read the stories from the Jews and Christians on this, talking about the monk. So the general sequence of events that most of them believe in is a monk, a Christian monk, either an Nestorian or a Jacobite or an Arian, a monk taught Muhammad all of Christendom. Muhammad was a Christian, and then Jews came in and distorted the religion. That's the Christian appeal. The Jewish appeal is similar, but it was 10 rabbis that are disrupting the tradition. So the earliest sources we have on Muhammad is Jewish rabbis corrupted his religion, including in Ibn Ishaq, which we'll go through. So this is the writing Kitab concerning the story of Muhammad that occurred in Syria al-Ghanam, which is called Jabal al-Hadith. He moved to Sarsa and the Hijaz because of the monk who lived in Balkan. So this is the monk I'm referring to. This is the monk that came up. This is also the monk that is described very early on at the beginning of this, when it talks about how an Arian monk taught him. That monk is expanded upon by so many people. It's not the Sirach fragment. It's not the Pesba'a. But we do have, I don't remember where it was. I've read so many of these back to back to back to back. I guess I could just Google monk. Monk, find the first time it happens. Boop, 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 boop. Sosmos. Presbyter. All right. John of Damascus. So John of Damascus is, writing late 600s, early 700s, likely more towards the early 700s. And he describes this Arian monk who taught Muhammad, and then that's how he devised his heresy. This becomes the primary polemic against Muhammad for several hundred years. It's pretty interesting. Where did they get their sources? Which sources are we talking about specifically? The Christians? Mostly circulating through hearsay and orally. Then you do have some of them that actually do have like copies of the biographies that are being written. A lot of the time is just through investigation. You could just send a person out and ask people around, like, have you heard about this dude? What's happening? So you have that. I was not here. So this is the story of Muhammad that occurred. He moved to the area where the monk was. On a pillar called the Sign of the Sun, Jewish scholars appeared before him and told him how his matter was and devised a book for him. So this is one of the earliest sources we have from Jews on Islam. And they found there's a monk that he was interacting with, and then Jewish scholars came to him afterwards and devised the Quran for him. They inscribed the names of each of them in the surah of his Quran and wrote secretly and incomprehensibly in it. Thus did the sages of Israel advise the wicked. So this is the Aleph Lam Mem. He's saying that if you actually read Aleph Lam Mem together, it's read as dumb, which it is. In like Talmudic Hebrew, that phrase, those letters combined, literally means stupid. So this is kind of maybe where they got it from, but I haven't made a video on the possible origins of the magic letters of the Quran, the mysterious letters. It could have come from Talmudic practice where rabbis would abbreviate things. It could also, this is one of the theories of where those letters come from. And the Jews say that actually know what it means is, if you put all those letters together in the order of the Quran was revealed, it actually spells out the sentence. Thus did the sages of Israel advise the wicked and stupid. There's even an Arabic version of this, which is a little bit longer. But whoever comprehends this book and takes hold of it and informs somebody of the nations of the world of its secret contents is cursed by the mouth of God. So they say that this secret phrase is in the Quran. The name of the monk was Habib Baraya. Baraya, he has a couple different variations of this name. This is the monk that taught Muhammad, according to Jews, Christians, and non-Jews and Christians. This became the dominant view. So we're going to go through a couple different sources from the 700s, 800s, 900s, and 1000 AD that all give a expanded upon version of this story of him getting his teaching of Christianity from a monk usually Nestorian is the primary one, but you can also get the Arian. So there's different reports of what Gnostic or heretical sect of Christianity he was from. But he was taught by a heretic monk. Then he was also taught by Jewish rabbis. That is the primary report from every hostile account to Islam. And you can actually get kind of that report in Ibn Ishaq, which I'll point out in a second. Both the Bariah narrative and the 10 rabbis are in Ibn Ishaq. So both of these narratives that they're reporting here at around 900 AD, those are in Ibn Ishaq, and this is a more polemical version of Ibn Ishaq's story. And these are the Jewish scholars who came to him, Muhammad. Abraham called Qayyab ibn Abbar, Absalom called Abdul al-Salam, so Abdullah Abu-Salam. And these are the two of the rabbis that converted to Islam. Ibn Salam might have influenced Muhammad. Al-Bar, according to Muslims, came after Muhammad. According to every polemicist, he came at the time of Muhammad. So, who do you believe? Do you believe the people who are polemically writing about Islam, or do you believe the historians trying to capture the history of Islam? I don't know. Either way, he's very early, and either way, he had a massive influence on the Hadith and the Tafsir, and possibly the Quran in the way that it was written. I'm not certain about that. I can't prove it, but it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I should be asleep. You're absolutely correct. Thank you for the super chat. I've caught you live. It's 1 p.m. in Perth. Shouldn't you be asleep? It's currently midnight. I don't usually go to sleep until like 2, so we got another hour or two. We'll make it. And also I had some caffeine, so I'm pretty awake. These are the 10 who came and adopted Islam under him in order to prevent any harm happening to Israel. They made the Quran for him and inserted their names in it, each of them. So this is from her account of the histories from this book. You can go through it. It's a pretty neat book. It has a lot of the other polemical claims from Jews throughout history. She basically goes through every single Jewish account that was polemical and every single Jewish account that was accepting of Muhammad a little after the time of Maimonides all the way back to Muhammad. So she has like a 600-year account of different views of Muhammad by Jews. Pretty cool work. And this is just one section of it that I quoted from for this manuscript. She has the other stories as well. She also has the apology in here, and some other things. This one is one of the longer ones. Is this? Yeah, this is one of my favorites. Bro is Batman. So this book is very interesting and very good. It's very long. I'm quoting 3 pages of it here. Super based work. You can get a PDF of this. You can also buy it if you want to support him. But let's go through 3 pages of his work. By the early 8th century, Arabic had become the language of administration throughout the Islamic Empire, and Christians living under Muslim rule had to reckon with the growing permanence of Arab political and religious dominance. Biramounts explains that some East Syrian writers responded by criticizing the religious claims of the Arabs and by presenting Islam as an inferior or incomplete form of Christian teaching. This is super interesting. So there were some polemical claims that Muhammad was taught by a monk and then taught by Jews, and that became Islam. There's also claims very early on, these East Syrian writings that he's about to quote from are from the late 600s. And early 700s. So these are very early works. They are actually saying that no, Muhammad is a true Christian. And there's even some of them that say, oh, you can actually read the Quran as a Christian book. That it is perfectly in line with Christian orthodoxy. And the reason why it sounds different is because the Muslims had too hard of hearts, and he had to explain Christianity to them in a way that would like inch them towards Christianity. So they actually view the Quran as a Christian homily book. And this is a very, very early belief. And they're actually trying to like justify like, oh no, you Muslims should actually become Christian because your prophet was a Christian. You've just misunderstood him. He wasn't saying that Jesus isn't God. He was saying that tritheism is false. He wasn't saying that you like need to do all these extra things. You're like, oh no, he only said those things because you couldn't get it because you had too hard of a heart. That's actually one of the very early Christian views, and explanations of Islam is, oh no, Muhammad was a Christian. So for the Muhammad mythicists who are like, oh no, the Quran is just a Christian homily book, you do have some historical basis for that. Now, is that true? I don't believe it is, but that does actually exist if you want to run with that for your kind of dumb argument. One example of this polemical approach is in the early medieval legend of Sergius Barea. Sergius is the other name of it, and Barea is the other name of it. So these are the two names of the Christian monk, and it's thrown together. So if you see this name anywhere, it's usually referring to that monk. If you see this name anywhere, it's referring to that monk. Biermount summarizes the legend as the story of a Syrian monk named Sergius Barea, who encountered the young Muhammad in Arabia and foresaw that he would become the future leader of the Arabs. According to this Christian story, Barea, it's also a Jewish story. It's also a Muslim story. Every single sect of the world who interacted with Islam taught this story in the early 700s, at least, if not earlier. Barea instructed Muhammad about the true God, but recognized that Muhammad was not ready to receive the full teaching of Christianity. The legend claims that Barea adapted Christian teaching to what he believed the Arabs could understand, including a more physical description of the afterlife and a softened presentation of the Trinity. Beaumont cites Barbara Rojamaz. This is also a Shiite, very good book. Very long book, but very good book. I reference her in my book. Summary of this tradition in Christian-Muslim relations, a biographical history, pretty based, where she treats the legend of Sergius Barea as an East and West Syrian Christian apologetic response to Islam. We also see this in Judaism, and Islam adopts it as well. But there's a polemical version of it and an apologetic version of it, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, I mean, people have made those claims, yeah. And again, the Quran is a hot mess. I do think Muhammad literally lived. How Muhammad was, what he believed, what he taught, who taught him, and all of that, I think, is very gray. I'm just showing that we have very deep history into both Muhammad existing and him being either a Christian or a Jew or some weird syncretic version of it, and the Muslims being brutally evil in the way that they conquered. All of that we can, I think, definitively show in history. But in the East Syrian version of this tradition, the argument goes even further. Biermount notes that the affair of the Quran, an appendix to one East Syrian form of the legend of Sergius Barea, claims that the Quran was first written by the Christian monk Barea, but was later altered by the Jewish convert Qayyib al-Abar. So he comes up a lot, which is super interesting. And even within Islamic history, he does affect Islam. And later Muslim scholars actually reject him and all of his works because they think that he corrupted Islam. They think that he made it too Jewish. So there's later commentators within Islam criticizing Qayyib's influence within Islam. So pretty much every polemical claim about how Islam became Jewish involves this dude. And this dude's hand is all over the tafsir, all over the hadith, who allegedly added laws about retaliation and divorce. In this polemical narrative, al-Hajjaj Ibn Yusuf later discovers the corruption, destroys existing copies, consults Christian leaders about the Bible, and produces the final version called the Quran. Beaumont cites Barbara Regiment's entry, The Affair of the Quran in Christian-Muslim Relations, The point of this tradition is clear. These East Syrian Christian writers were not merely saying that Islam was false, they were offering a source explanation for the Quran itself. In this telling, the Quran is not a new revelation from God, but an inferior document that drew from Christian instruction and was later affected by Jewish influence, because they were very anti-Jew at this point in time. Beaumont concludes that this kind of polemic may have functioned as an attempt to prevent Christians from converting to Islam by reducing the Quran to a derivative and confused form of Christian truth. Beaumont then identifies a second, less hostile Christian approach. Rather than portraying Muhammad as a deceived by Jewish influence, some East Syrian Christians portrayed him as a sincere monotheist who was attempting to reform Arab paganism from a partially Christian perspective. This is what I was mentioning earlier. This approach is found in the disputation between a monk and Bet Hail, an Arab notable. A Syriac Christian dialogue that presents Muhammad as one who knew Christian truth but communicated it in simplified form. Also, thank you, Sir Kipsalot, for the 5 memberships. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah. You can make a structure with everything, even though your hand is full of. Yeah, but thank you, brother. Appreciate it. So, a Syriac Christian dialogue that presents Muhammad as one who knew Christian truth but communicated it in a simplified form. Beaumont notes that the author appeals to Quran 4:171, where Jesus is called the Word of God and His Spirit, and connects this with Luke 1:35. For this, Beaumont cites Barber Rajam's entry, disputation between a monk, and so on that page. Also, for those who just became members, or those who have been members for a while, I do have a Discord if you want to join it. It's in the membership perks on my YouTube homepage. There's a link to it. In this dialogue, the monk is asked how Christians regard Muhammad. The monk answers that Muhammad was a wise and God-fearing man who delivered the Arabs from idolatry and taught them to know the one true God. When asked why Muhammad did not teach the Trinity plainly from the beginning, the monk explains that Muhammad gave the Arabs spiritual milk before solid food, because they were still children in terms of their understanding. In this version, Muhammad is not portrayed as a conscious enemy of Christianity, but as someone who withheld deeper Christian teaching because his Arab audience was not ready for it. So this is, again, a Christian apologetic of, well, how in the world did all this happen? Like, oh, well, no, he was actually a Christian, just the Arabs messed it up. These two East Syrian approaches are important because they show that Christians close to the early Islamic world were already explaining the Quran through an earlier Jewish and Christian sources. One approach claimed that the Quran was a corrupted form of Christian teaching shaped by a monk and then altered by Jewish influence. And these sources are extremely early. I quoted 2 of them earlier, but we have several others that I didn't quote here that are in these books that also claim the same thing with the monk and the rabbis corrupting it. So we have like 4 or 5 sources in the 700s or earlier that are giving this exact same narrative of how Muhammad came up with the Quran, and the Quran itself calls him the ear, says that a human taught him it, and that it's all just stories of men of old. So the Quran's language, how the accusations of Muhammad in the Quran go, and the accusations in the Hadith, all of that appears to agree with the Christian and Jewish sources that say that he was taught by Christians and Jews all of this nonsense. Yeah. It's true that nothing in the Quran falsify Christianity or Christian claims teachings. I mean, it does say that Jesus wasn't crucified. I know you can understand that as not literal and that he was not crucified by them, but God crucified him. But the dominant view is that he was crucified, or not that he was not crucified. So you can say that goes against it. You can also say it does mostly condemn Jesus about not being God. I think it's kind of hard to get past that. Even the Christians who are doing apologetic here to show that he is God, I think that's difficult. Also the Holy Spirit being Jibril, or the Holy Spirit being Muhammad, however that works. And Jesus' name being the Christ is also a little weird instead of his like title, or his, there are difficulties within it. And even their view of the afterlife is a bit odd. Their descriptions of the Bible is different. So there's contradictions between the Bible and the Quran with like the historical accounts of Abraham and Moses and all those things. So does it completely contradict Christian teachings? On a few things, yes. Can you explain that away? Maybe. Should you? I don't know if you have to. Like, I think it's just, we have so much evidence for Muhammad being who we think he is. We have no reason to make alternate realities about it. That's basically my view, is we have no onus. We have no reason to come up with an alternate reality other than rejecting things that are obviously fanciful, like Muhammad doing all the fancy miracles and like food blessing God about to be eaten by him and all the other nonsense. And like, yeah, appreciate it. appreciate, hit that like button. You can share it. The other treated Muhammad as a sincere but limited reformer who taught partial Christian truth to an immature audience. I already read this, I think. And that is the end. This whole book is pretty based. There's a lot of history in it if you want to go through the history. This is one of my favorites, the Apology of Al-Kindi. This is also a very early Jewish source. So we come now to what thou regardest as thy stronghold. This translation is old, so we're going to have King James in English. I apologize. To wit, the book which is in thy hands. Thine argument is that the narratives therein of the prophets and the Messiah prove that it was revealed by God, because thy master was unlearned and could have had no knowledge of the same exception by way of inspiration. So this is literally in the Quran. This is Surah 2849 or 2948. The description of him as an ummi, as an unlearned figure, and actually uses the right language of unlearned rather than illiterate. They claim that the book is revealed by God because the master was unlearned, and he didn't have inspiration, or he didn't have any knowledge of the book, but he, recreated the contents of it through inspiration. Obviously, that's false. Again, thou sayest that neither man nor genius could produce the surah like thereof, and if ye be in doubt as to which that we have revealed unto our servant, then bring a surah like thereof, and call your witness other than the Lord, if ye be true men. And yet again, we had this. So this is actually quoting the Quran verbatim, and the Apology of Al-Kindi, I believe, is 800s. Yeah, 830. So we have a somewhat early source already quoting the Quran, so it's circulated enough for Jews to have their hands on it, and this also like the beginning of the golden age of Islam, and it's interesting. So if we had a surah like it sent down this Quran onto a mountain, thou wouldst have seen it humbling itself and cleaving asunder from fear of the Lord and the like of effusions. This is why this, in thy view, is the main evidence of thy master's claim, ranking with the miracle of the Red Sea, the staying of the sun, the raising of the dead, and other wonderful works by the prophets of old and the Messiah. And by my life, this argument hath deceived many, but it is weak and hollow subterfuge. The answer is near at hand and not far off, as I will show thee. The disclosure may be bitter, but it will be wholesome in the end. He then proceeds to give a lengthy account of the origin of the Quran. His story, in short, is this. So this is the shortened version of it from this author, Sir William Mirror. Sergius, an Nestorian monk, so now this is not Baharan, but just Sergius, a Nestorian monk, was excommunicated for a certain offense. To expiate it, he set out on a mission to Arabia and reached Mecca, which he found inhabited by Jews and idolaters. There he met Muhammad, with whom he had intimate conversations, and persuaded him, after being instructed in the faith of Nestorius, to abandon heathenism and become his disciple. So this is like one of the most interesting historical accounts of this exact thing that I'm loosely arguing for in my book. There are mostly not Christians in Yathrib. The Christians he's arguing with are from Naran, which is a good bit south. That's right above Yemen. So it's like, what, like 600, like 600 miles distance. 1,000 kilometers, 800 miles or so. So they're, bring that up. He's like, Medina's here. The Christians are down here. There's also Christians over here, and there's Christians up here. So there's Christians here, Christians here, Christians here, and then Christians here and up here. And they were traveling, and they were going through Medina because it was, on the way, is on the path up towards Syria and also towards Persia, because all this is just death if you go through it. So you do roundabout ways to get up there. You don't want to go through that much desert. So is he interacting with Christians there much? Not really. It was a Jewish stronghold. There was a yeshiva there. The Christians he was debating were most likely travelers. It wouldn't be as much as the Jews. The Jews literally had settlements. They didn't just have settlements. They actually had fortified settlements. They had fortresses built in the Hijaz at the time of Muhammad, which is like the wars and everything else that happened were with that. The Muslims can only respond with their hadith because the Quran didn't fully understand the Christian doctrine. The books are contradictory in multiple ways. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So to go back to this is Muhammad. He met Sergius, who is an Nestorian monk. So, not Christian. This, while excited the hatred of the Jews, was the reason of the favorable mention of the Christians in the Quran, to wit, they are the nighest unto the believers in friendship, and that because there are amongst them priests and monks. So, according to this early report, we have that a Christian monk taught Muhammad, and that's why he's favorable towards the Christians in the Quran. Now he's favorable towards all the people of the book, but he does have like specific love for the Christians and specific hatred towards the Jews. I think that is explained fairly well by the traveling to Medina and the Jews rejecting him, because he did have a rejection complex. And because they are not haughty, and so the matter prospered, and the Christian faith was near to being adopted when Sergius died. Thereupon, 2 Jewish doctors. Interestingly, you could probably throw Raqqa in place of Sergius, and the story would be more or less the same. So we have Raqqa in the Islamic source, and you also have Baran in the Islamic sources. So you have 2 different Christian monks that are not really Christians, that are interacting with Muhammad early on into his prophethood, who die while he was a prophet. And then after that point, Jewish rabbis convert and then may have influenced him. So thereupon, 2 Jewish doctors, Abdullah and Kayab, seized the opportunity and ingratiated themselves with thy master, professing deceitfully to share his views and be his followers. Thus they concealed their objective and bided their time. Then upon the prophet's death, when Ali kept aloof and refused to swear allegiance to Abu Bakr, the 2 Jews sought him out and tried to persuade him to assume the prophetic office, for which they declared him fit and promised to instruct him as Sergius had instructed Muhammad. This is one of the earliest polemics against Islam, and almost every early polemic of this sort more or less agrees with all those points. It was these 2 dudes. Abu Bakr was influenced by it. There's actually a much longer version of it with Ali as well through these sources. I think Peter is the one that goes through that. But it's pretty interesting. Do we have any early sources of Muhammad with his interaction with Christians? You have this within the Hadith. You have it in the Sirah as well. You can go through Ibn Ashaq. You can read that. But in the Tafsir has this as well. Tabari brings up a lot of the places because the Quran's like Surah Al-Kahf, for example, Surah 18, that talks about 3 or 4 different Christian beliefs that we find in the homilies. So you have Dul Qarnayn, you have the sleepers in the cave of Ephesus, and you have Al-Kiddi, or the Kaider. The dude is instructing Moses. So all of those are Christian motifs that are appearing in Christian homilies, Christian Syriac works before the time of Muhammad, and all of those are repeated. So those have been Christian beliefs, Christian sermons that were circulated, Christian folklore, and he's responding to the Christians of Iran that are asking him these questions about these sources, saying, "Oh, if you're a prophet, what about these things?" So the Tafsir and the Sirah say the reason why this is in Surah 18 is because these Christians are asking him these questions. So you do have stuff like that in the Islamic sources on how he interacted with those people. This is my favorite roast of Muhammad in history. This is by Al-Razi, which ironically has a holiday in Iran, Al-Razi Day. So there's literally a holiday named for this dude, and most Muslims actually claim him and think that he was a legit follower of Muhammad. Thank you, Stephen, for the happy poop trolls. Stephen, if you want to hop up and talk Islam, feel free. It's the same link as normal. So you claim, this is Al-Razi making fun of Muhammad and the Muslims. This is in the 900s. late 900 or early 900s, late 800s, but I think this was around like 910 whenever this was written. You claim that the evidentiary miracle is present and available, namely the Quran. You say, whoever denies it, let him produce a similar one. Indeed, we shall produce 1,000 similar from the works of rhetoricians, eloquent speakers, and valiant poets, which are more appropriately phrased and state the issues more succinctly. I love this. More succinctly. The Quran just drones on sometimes and stupid. They convey the meaning better, and their rhymed prose is better meter. By God, what you say astonishes us. You are talking about a work which recounts ancient myths and which at the same time is full of contradictions and does not contain any useful information or explanation. Then you say, produce something's like it. This is from the Fraud of the Prophets, which was burned. We don't have this. We do have the Proof of the Prophets, which was by Ibn Atim, who was responding. He's quoting Al-Razi here. So whether or not Al-Razi wrote this, if you believe, him, then he did. But he's quoting it in order to respond to it in the Proof of the Prophecy. Because this is a very long treatise on why prophecy can't exist. This is part of the free thinkers movement within Islam. In the 800s and 900s, there were many free thinkers. I have another free thinker in these sources, but boy, I would love to, but for the ones in the last 10 years, I'm laying in bed. That's fun. I'll go to bed in like an hour. But Al-Razi brutalizing the Quran, calling it stupid. And he's a native Arabic speaker. So calling it just the dumbest thing. And he's entirely correct. This is Peter. And that's also Peter. I do want to go through those because it's pretty brutal. Yeah, let's just do it. Why not? Muhammad then was after he was orphaned, passed the years of childhood under the protection of his uncle, Menepheus, serving the worship of idols of the time. So this is written in right around 1100. Dialogue against the Jews. So he's describing how Islam came about, and he's going to blame the Jews pretty much. Serving the worship of idols at the time with the entire race of the Arabs, as he himself testifies in his Quran, that God said to him, "You were an orphan wandering aimlessly, and I received you and I guided you. You were poor and I enriched you." Also, yes, W. Al-Razi indeed. After the passage of a few years as a hired servant with a certain most noble woman named Khadijah, he so possessed in the brief time the mind of his mistress that he would take possession by law of marriage both all the goods and the mistress of the goods herself. Once he was transformed from the humblest pauper, so a poor person, into a very rich man by this wealth. He burst forth into such arrogance that he expected that the kingdom of the Arabs would be offered to him, except that he was afraid that his kinsmen would not accept him as king, since they were his equals and his betters. His betters, just throwing that knife in. Nevertheless, devising a path by which he could be made king, he chose to fashion himself a prophet, relying upon that wit for eloquence which, when he exerted himself in business dealings among various nations, he had received by the faculty of his intelligence. So he actually thinks he's an intelligent man for the poetry he was able to create. He relied too on the fact that the greater portion of the Arabs at the time were common soldiers and farmers, and almost all were idolaters, except for some who embraced the law of Moses in a heretical way. As talking about the Jews, following after the Samaritans and others who were Nestorian and Jacobite Christians. He is not a fan of the Jacobites. Jacobites might be a heretical sect, or they might be Miaphysite, like Oriental Orthodox Syriac Christians. Depends on which author you're talking about. So if you see a Jacobite, it might not be an Oriental Orthodox Christian. It might be an Oriental Orthodox Christian. I don't think Petrus here is speaking of the Orientals whenever he says Jacobites, but that is what it is. Either way, he is basically making the claim that the Arabs were mostly idolaters except for some who practiced rabbinic Judaism. The Jacobites, however, are heretics named after a certain Jacob. They preach the circumcision and believe that Christ is not God, but only just a man. This is the heretical version of the Jacobites. But historically, there was a sect of Miaphysite actual Christians called Jacobites. So don't get those things confused whenever you're researching this for yourself. Conceived of the Holy Spirit and born of a virgin, nevertheless they do not believe that he was crucified or that he died. Moreover, there was at this time in the region of Antioch a certain archdeacon named Sergius, a Jacobite and a friend of Muhammad's. So this is, again, the exact same story told 300 years later with more detail. He was called from there to a council and condemned. Saddened by the shame of his condemnation, he fled from the region and came to Muhammad. Muhammad, supported by his advice, brought to a conclusion what he contemplated, but still was unable to fulfill on his own. There were also 2 Jews among those heretics of Arabia whom we mentioned, named Abdes and Kab al-Ahbar. This is Gayab al-Ahbar. And this is Abdullah ibn Salam. So these are the like translated names into the writing. I think this one was Latin. So these are the same names. Don't be confused by the weird spelling. Indeed, attach themselves to Muhammad and offer their assistance to complete his foolishness. And these 3 mixed together to contemplate. All right. The law of Muhammad, each one according to his own heresy, and showed him how to say such and such things on God's behalf, which both the heretical Jews and the heretical Christians were in Arabia believed to be true. Whereas those who were unwilling to believe of their own free will, nevertheless were forced to believe for fear of the sword. All that is true right there. So basically, the 3 mixed together, Muhammad with his paganism, Sergius with his pagan Christianity or his heretical Christianity, and then the heretical Jews, these 2 rabbis. And by heretical Jews, he means literal rabbis, like just straight up Talmudic rabbis. So he's saying in 1100 AD, this is the same claim that I'm basically making, that Gnostic Christianity and Rabbinic Judaism and Arabian paganism all got syncretized together with some flavoring of Mandeanism and Zoroastrianism and Greek theology and philosophy and folklore. You have all those mixing together. You stir your cauldron around, and you end up with the Quran and Islam. So my observation of the origins of the Quranic material is also portrayed, as I've shown, repeatedly throughout history, starting in the 700s, ending up today with me and like 7 other scholars that are working on this right now, which I'll also have their works in my book to point to for other people to wants to read on it. My book, I think, is going to be the most comprehensive on the topic of the origins of every claim of the Quran. So far, I've mapped 65.6% of the Quran to previous sources. That number, I think, is going to end up around 70 to like 72% of the Quran is stolen from previous sources. But I can confidently say 65% of the Quran is direct copied or paraphrased from sources that predate Muhammad. So, pretty cool. Yeah, no, he's just straight up the ear. Muhammad is basically the ear. He's copying from Jews, Christians, all that. Yeah, 70. It's crazy. The majority of the stuff that's not stolen is things I can't prove is stolen and biographical material. So you have several of the largest surahs in the Quran are all biographical, talking about the wars, talking about the battles, talking about his wives, talking about disputes. So that makes up around like 15 to 20% of the Quran. The rest of it is stuff Muhammad invented himself, because he did actually invent things. And then the rest of it is stuff that I don't have a source for. So if it did exist before Muhammad, that source was not preserved in history. We don't have it. So either he invented it or the source is lost to time. But around 70%, I'm very confident on is just straight up ripped. And I have all the citations, all the sources, comparisons. My book is going to be extremely detailed on it. It already is. It's going to end up being anywhere from 500 to 600 pages, going through the history of the argument, going through the history of Arabia, the history of the Jewish people in Arabia, the history of the Christians in Arabia, the history of Muhammad growing up, who he talked to, where he went. So the access issue Was it available in Arabia? Was it available in Arabic? Did Muhammad interact with those people? The answer to all of that is yes. And then I show, since he had access to these things, do these things then line up with previous sources? And then I bring all the sources. I spilled the tea on it. So it's going to be pretty cool. Oh, yeah. He for sure married Aisha at 6. Yeah. I don't know why you're surprised by that. He married Aisha at 6. According to all the sources, we have over 100 sources that say that she got married at 6 in Islamic history. And then consummated at an 8 or 9. There's debate on that, but the overwhelming majority of sources say that she was married at 6. There are some that say she was married at 7. Vast majority say 6, and the vast majority say that they consummated at 9. There is an idea the reason why he waited might be because of the Talmud. That'll be in the book, or because she got sick and got ugly. He waited for her to get healthy again, and then just so happened to be 3 years. But that's its own thing. So this is continuing the same book. So this is quoted by this scholar, John Tolan, in this book. So this is a quotation from his book, and then this is his commentary on it. So historically, Peter places Muhammad in the history of heresy as a particularly loathsome and dangerous heresy arc. This is heresy arc, the arch heresier. Peter describes Muhammad as a poor, vile, unlettered Arab who achieved wealth and power through bloodshed, thievery, and intrigue. Finally realizing that a feigned religious vocation would serve his ambitions, he claimed that he was a prophet and usurped the authority of a king. Then, at the bidding of Satan, a heretical Nestorian monk named Sergius came and joined Muhammad. Together with several Jews, they forged a new heretical doctrine. Muhammad, schooled in this way by the finest teachers, Jews and heretics, composed his Quran. He wove together in his barbarous fashion nefarious scripture from the fables of the Jews and the ditties of the heretics. That's a nice summary of what may have happened. I think this has like a 50% likelihood of actually have happened. That there was just some heretical monk that taught him, and then the rabbis taught him. We have that accusation in the Quran. All of the earliest sources we have seem to agree on it. And you could say, oh, they're all just quoting back each other back into the late 600s, early 700s. But very early on, this is the polemic. This is one of the primary polemics. So, did this actually happen? It seems like it from the Quran's own stealing of previous sources. Could Muhammad have just gone all that orally? Absolutely. Did he need those people to teach him it? Not really. But did this actually happen? Maybe. It's hard to tell. And then you also have this really long quote from Peter the Venerable. It is a brutal quote, man. Let's see, what time is it? 12:30. I might read that last, so we might come back. So, the noble, this is from Nicholas of Susa. That notable Arab Christian whom I previously mentioned reports the following. Sergius, a monk evicted from his monastery, journeyed to Mecca. There he found 2 groups of people, idolaters and Jews. There he preached the Christian faith as Nestorius held it, in doing so in order to regain favor with his monastic brothers who were also of the sect of Nestorius, and he succeeded in converting all the idolaters to his own faith. Among these were Muhammad, who, having been converted from idolatry, died a Nestorian Christian, but 3 very clever Jews attached themselves to Muhammad in order to turn him aside, lest he become perfect. And they induced him to various evils, but after Muhammad's death, when all the idolaters returned to their own respective sect, these 3 Jews approached Elias, son of Abilatab, to whom Muhammad had sent his collection of precepts, and was persuaded him to elevate himself into a prophet, even as Muhammad too elevated himself. And with regard to Muhammad's book, they added and deleted what they wanted to. So Ali, according to this, had rabbis that taught him, and then he is the one that altered the Quran to make it so Jewish. It seems then that at the beginning of Muhammad was firmly grounded by Sergius, so that he was a Christian and observed by the Christian law. The Jews were not able to turn him aside from that way, but in order to hold him back there and as much as they could, they added those passages through which Muhammad seemed to be a prophet of his own sect, and through which he gave credence to the Old Testament no less than to the Gospel, actually 10 times more than to the Gospel. But as the man who was previously mentioned reports, Sergius got Muhammad to put into the Quran the view that Christians, especially monks and priests, are closer friends to Muslims than are Jews. Now, although Muhammad makes these statements, nevertheless, being later induced by the Jews, he derides Christians who allegedly worship their prelates and pontiffs in place of God. This is Surah 9, talking about you take monks as lords beside Allah. This is, again, very late. So this is before the Orientalists get all of their stuff. This is before Geiger. So all the Muslims are like, oh, this is just a late Orientalist idea. These are all sources that have some semblance of the Talmudic dilemma. Way later, way earlier in history, like every century or so, there was at least one historian that we still have the works of that are making a similar type of statement as the Talmudic dilemma. So my argument is not new. It's extremely, extremely old. And then Ibn Ashaq on page 79 through 81 has the story of Bareh, and actually it has it as a Christian. This one's pretty funny. I do have to go to the bathroom though. So all these are 1 century after Islam now. Not all of them. The earlier in the stream, most of those are. I have the dates next to most of these. So like you can tell when it was actually written. Yeah. Let's see. I might play a music real quick and let you guys jam out to Feeding the Ducks while I go to the bathroom real quick. So, I'll be right back. Let me turn off the ducks before I forget to turn off the ducks. Okay, so, yeah, all of these are the ones we're currently reading is 1 century after Islam, yes. The ones we read in the beginning, most of those were before the first 100 years of Islam. But I do want to go through Ibn Ashaq, and we'll go back through Peter, and I'll probably end on Peter. But we do have these other ones for early Muhammad. So we have the Dome of the Rock, which inscribes Muhammad in 692 before. And then I know Jay actually has like an apologetic for the Dome of the Rock inscription being Christian. I don't think that's as strong as what he claims it is. We also have these early companion writings and even an early Sirah literature around the time of Ibn Ashaq and before the time of Ibn Ashaq. So like 713 is this one of the earliest Muslim commentaries on Muhammad, but we have like 15 before this from Jews and Christians. So we have very, very, very many early writings of Muhammad Yeah. So let's go through the claims of the Jews and rabbis of Ibn Ashok. So everything we've read already is the Christian and Jewish version. Let's read the Muslim version, written in the late 700s, 762. So we have most of the Christians and Jews that started writing about it is also writing around the time of Ibn Ashok. Some of them before him and some of them after him. But the for sure were before Ibn Ashok. So Ibn Ashok might include this story as a response to the polemic of the Jews and Christians. Or he's including this story because it literally happened. And there was literally a Christian monk who taught Muhammad. But yeah. No, actually, so again, we have people quoting it from a variety of different sources. Theophanes quotes it. So we have a variety of people quoting Ibn Ashok, Christian, Jews, Muslims. It's quoted in Al-Tabari a bunch. You can reconstruct most of Ibn Ashok from Al-Tabari. He quotes it a ton. So you do have a bunch of ways. If you take, even if we didn't have Ibn Hashem whatsoever, you could still mostly reconstruct Ibn Ashok, at least the core details of it. There's some peculiarities like him wanting to marry an infant that you would miss out on, but the core details of Ibn Ashok you could still get pretty well. Hello. All right. So Abu Talib had planned to go in a merchant caravan to Syria, and when all the preparations had been made for the journey, the apostle of God, so they allege, attached himself closely to him so that he took pity on him and said that he would take him with him. So this is his uncle. And Muhammad wanting to go on a merchant caravan to Syria. This is part of the source we have for Muhammad being in Syria, which is also one of the sources that he could have gotten some of this information from. And that the two of them should never part, or words to that effect. When the caravan reached Bursa in Syria, there was a monk there in his cell by the name of Berea, who was a well-versed in knowledge of the Christians. A monk had always occupied that cell. There he gained his knowledge from a book that was in the cell, so they allege, handed on from generation to generation. They had often passed by him in the past and never spoke to him or took any notice of them until this year. When they stopped near his cell, he made a great feast for them. It is alleged that this was because of something he saw while in his cell. They allege that while he was in his cell, he saw the apostle of God in the caravan when they approached. Also notice it's keeping they alleged, because he's recounting a narrative not from Muslims, but from Jews and Christians. So he's like accepting this as Islamic history, but then he gives it more of an apologetic spin. So the monk saw that Muhammad was passing by as a kid, and whenever he approached, a cloud overshadowing him among the people. So there was a cloud following Muhammad. Then they came and stopped in the shadow of a tree near the monk. He looked at the cloud when it overshadowed the tree, and its branches were bending and drooping over the apostle of God until he was in the shadow beneath it. So then the tree bends down to give Muhammad shade. When Berea saw that, he came out of his cell and sent word to them, I have prepared food for you, O men of Quraysh, and I should like you all to come both great and small, bond and free. One of them said to him, by God, Berea, something extraordinary has happened today. You used to not treat us so, and we have often passed by you. What has befallen you today? He answered, you are right in what you say, but you are guests, and I wish to honor you and give you food so that you may eat. So they gathered together with him, leaving the apostle of God behind him with the luggage under the tree. On account of his extreme youth, so this is Muhammad was a very young kid. When Berea looked at the people, he did not see the mark which he knew and found in his books. So there is a mark on the prophet that is found in the Christian writings. So he said, do not let one of you remain behind and not come to my feast. They told him that no one who ought to come had remained behind except a boy who was the youngest of them and had stayed with their baggage. That sounds a lot like David. Thereupon he told them to invite him to come to the meal with him. One of the men of the Quraysh said, by Alat and Al-Uzza, we are to blame for leaving behind the son of Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib. Then he got up and embraced him and made him sit with the people. When Bariah saw him, he stared at him closely, looking at his body and finding traces of his description in the Christian books. So, according to this, Muhammad is in the Christian books. When the people had finished eating and gone away, Bariah got up and said to him, "Boy, I ask you by Allah and Al-Musa to answer my question." So now this is, blasphemy for a Christian to do, but he explains it. Now, Bariah said this only because he had heard his people swearing by these gods. They alleged that the apostle of God said to him, "Do not ask me by Allah and Al-Musa, for by Allah nothing is more hateful to me than these two," even though he later prostrates to them, just casually. Bariah answered, "Then by Allah, tell me what I ask." He replied, "Ask me what you like." So that he began to ask him about, did I actually change the text by doing that? No, maybe? No. Okay. Al-Musa. Tell me what I learned. So, I don't know why this. So he began to ask them about what happened in his waking, in his sleep, and his habits and his affairs generally, and what the apostle of God told him conceded with what Bariah knew of his description. Waking in his sleep is also like, there's a hadith about how Muhammad, his eyes sleep, but his heart is awake. So like the whole idea of he doesn't need to do ablution afterward, and all that nonsense. So all these things that Muslims like pride Muhammad about, he's Ibn Ashaq is making an apologetic that all these particulars of Muhammad are actually prophesied in the Christian books. Then he looked at his back and saw the seal of the prophet between his shoulders in the very place described in his book. So it's not 10, it's in. So the seal of the prophets, the mole, the holy moly, according to this like Nestorian monk saw baby Muhammad, saw the giant mole on his shoulders that is supposedly prophesied in the Christian books. I've read the Bible a number of times. I've never read about a mole on the back of a Arab as a prophet to come after Jesus. I don't know, man. Tree bending. Is it copied from Pseudo-Matthew and Vinci Gospel? That's an interesting idea. We do have the bending of the palm trees in Islamic literature, I think in the Quran of Mary. That is from the Pseudo-Matthew, with the palm tree bending down to give her its fruit and its shade whenever she's giving birth to Jesus. Yeah. Like the stream. Yeah, they did worship idol, and they did worship Muhammad. They did worship Allah. The cave of Hira. Is that where Gabriel choked him, or is that the sleepers of the cave? Sleepers of the cave is for sure from the pre-Islamic Christian source. Him getting choked in the cave might be, it also might be from Jewish sources. Palm tree bending is normal, not to the extent that they're describing. Anyway. When he had finished, Shia sources saying that she was 18, 19. Yeah, those are false. The Shia believe Aisha. So this is in regard to Aisha being 6. The Shia believing that Aisha is significantly older, that's just false. We have no reason to believe that, and every reason to believe the opposite. Yeah, where Jibril choked him as a Christian source. I have not heard that before. I can look into that. When he had finished, he went to his uncle Abu Talib and asked him what relation this boy was to him. When he told him he was his son, he said that he was not, for it could not be that the father of this boy was alive. He is my nephew. He said, so this is apparently one of the proofs of Muhammad as a prophet, is that his dad is dead. Where is that in the scripture? I don't know. Is that in your Bible, David? He is my nephew, he said. And when he asked what had become of his father, he told him that he had died before the child was born, or, even conceived, he could say. You have told the truth, said Bara. Take your nephew back to his country and guard him carefully against the Jews, for by Allah, if they see him and know about him what I know, they will do him evil. A great future lies before this nephew of yours, so take him home quickly. So the Jews will apparently hate him. Why will the Jews hate him? The Jews were loved by Allah and Muhammad early on into his ministry. Why the Jew hate? Why Jew hate Muslim? Why Jew hate Muhammad? I don't know. Obviously a polemic against them because of the deep-seated anti-Semitism for over 100 years at this point. This is written 130 years after Muhammad. So you have 130 years of Jew hatred coming in Islam, and this is what this comes from. The rabbis who accepted Islam hypocritically. So this is a different page, and I have both the pages down here for the exact sources. Oh no, I have it at the top. So this is 246 to 270. I do not quote all of it. I quote the first page of 246. If you want to read the whole section, go for it. But this is the rabbis who accepted Islam hypocritically. So whenever we read Theophanes earlier, and he talks about the 10 rabbis who invented Islam with Muhammad. Thank you, brother. Whenever we talk about the rabbis who invented Islam, this is in Ibn Ashaq, which is crazy. But he does it in a polemical way against the rabbis. So the fault are the Jewish rabbis who took refuge in Islam along with the Muslims and hypocritically professed it. Why? Well, Theophanes says they thought he was the Messiah and then changed their mind whenever they realized he was eating camel meat. Yeah. You're still going. Why are people surprised? I don't know. This is not by far the longest stream I've done. So then these are the names of all of the men who were part of the rabbis who converted to Islam. You have these guys, plus you also have Qayyib ibn al-Ahbar and Abdullah ibn Salam, or Qayyib al-Ahbar. So you have those two, plus you have a couple other ones as well that came a bit later, who were companions to, so I have like Wahb ibn Munabib as well, so like the companions of Muhammad. So you have several influential rabbis and Christians early on Islam. According to the Islamic sources themselves, these rabbis converted to Islam and then later defected. He says that they hypocritically professed it. I think they legitimately professed it, and then may have helped Muhammad with some of his teachings in Medina, because his Medinan teachings are different than his Meccan teachings. His Meccan teachings are still extremely Jewish. So you can't say that he only was taught by rabbis in Medina. You have to say that he already had the knowledge in Mecca, because the first surah has influence from Jews in it. So does the second surah. The second surah actually has that what he is teaching is so let me just bring it up. This is surah 68. Al-Qadang. So they accuse him. So do not give in to the deniers. They wish you would compromise so that they would yield to you, and do not obey the despicable, vain oath taker, and slander, gossip monger, withholder of good, transgressor, evildoer, brute, and on top of all that, an illegitimate child, which is super ironic because Muhammad was an illegitimate child, which is pretty funny. Now, simply because he had been blessed with abundant wealth and children, moreover, revelations are recited to him, he says ancient fables, as pretty much roughly what this means. It means stories of the old people. So the second surah has this ayah, 68:15, that says that he is just reciting fables of the men of old. The second surah has this. Muhammad would just insert later ayah into whatever surah he wanted. But this is speaking of specifically this dude. So you have to say that all of when did it start? All of 9 down, and then it even goes past 15, I believe. He will soon mark his snout. it's pretty funny. Like you have to say like half of the surah is inserted from a later time period in order for this not to be like immediately people are like, oh yeah, he's just uh he's the ear. Like he's already repeating all of these ancient fables. It's insane. So instantly in Islam, you have this already happening. And we get this within Ibn Ashaq that these rabbis are teaching him and interacting with him and joining Islam. But yet he still has this Jewish influence immediately in the beginning of the Quran with Surah 98 or 96 with Surah 68. So you already have Jewish influence. The Quran over and over and over and over again accuses him of just repeating the narratives of the men of old, the customs of the men of old, being the ear, and just like listening. A man teaches him, and oh no, the man doesn't teach me some pure Arabic. You're just hearing these stories. Oh no, I didn't hear these stories. I'm an ummi. I'm an unlearned person. I've never read the Bible. So it all kind of fits together. You have this idea, this narrative that Muhammad learned this material orally. He relayed it kind of haphazardly. He was taught it by Jews and Christians who converted early on. And then he broke off and started, conquering and destroying all of them. Now, did the Jews and Christians have to be involved with the creation of the Quran? No. They definitely didn't have to be. And he could have just gone to this all orally. He didn't have to have a teacher. He might have had a teacher. The Quran accuses him of having a teacher. If he did have a teacher, it was likely a Christian monk or a rabbi or both. He has way more rabbinic influence. He goes through significantly more rabbinic content. It's like 11-to-1 ratio from rabbinic content to Christian content. There's still a lot of Syriac Christian content in the Quran, but it's overwhelmingly Midrashic and Talmudic. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, like Arabia had been deeply Christian and deeply Jewish for 500 years, and then just no more as of Muslims. Same with Africa. Africa was like Egypt was the center, one of the centers of Christendom, and just destroyed and burned. All the libraries burned. Like it's crazy. Muslims may have destroyed most of our oldest copies of the Bible. Ironically enough, because they torched all the Christian churches and buildings and things that would have had those books. It's like, oh, well, show me a Bible that goes back to the apostles. And it's like, we might have had them if you hadn't burned them. Anyway. This also has it. So this is Firestone's work on it. The Prophet Muhammad in pre-modern Jewish literatures. He goes through several of the different versions of this from the Jews. He goes through the Jews that liked Muhammad, Jews that thought Muhammad was the Jewish savior, Jews that were super polemical against him. And then there's this long version and a short version of the Arabic and Syriac. So there's a Judeo-Arabic version where he is going through the influence of the Christian monk Bariah. And I want to read the Arabic version because it's pretty funny. So this is the Arabic one. This document, the Kitab, is the story of Muhammad, who was in Surah al-Jusi. So this is also one of the earlier sources as well. It's not as early as the Christian sources I brought up, but this is still like, I think 800s for this specific, or 900s. It was right whenever Arabic had fully conquered the Jewish world, and they were writing in Hebrew, but it was Hebraic Hebrew. So if you see this, it's still Hebrew, but it's like, if you read the tafsir produced by Jewish rabbis in the late Genoic period, it's all written in Hebrew, but it is essentially Arabic. So they'll read like Allah. So they'll call God Allah. It's pretty funny. I was going to read this and see if they did it here. Is that 35, this text? Yeah. No, I don't see it there. I don't know. It's still different. There's literally one of the so they actually called him Tafsir, which is kind of crazy. One of the earliest Jewish sources from the dhimmi, like full on dhimmi stage, like before Maimonides in the 900s. So one of the late Genoic periods, he wrote a commentary on the Bible, and his introduction to this commentary, I put it in the Discord not too long ago. I put it in here. I did. Let me see if I can open this up. This is one of let me open this. Open him in link. Yeah. So this is his introduction to Genesis 18. This is in Hebrew. But if you notice, that's Allah. So he's saying that Allah is appearing to Abraham at the trees of Mamre. So this is the Mamre. Oh man. So they would write in essentially Arabic, but using the Hebrew lettering. So this document is the story of Muhammad, who was in Surah al-Jusi, which is called Jabal al-Hadith, and about how things went from him. Let me make it much bigger. Until he set off for the Sunnah. So drop that. Until he set off for Sana in the Hijaz on account of the monk who was in Balkan on the pillar called the Mark of the Sun, very similar naming to the other source that was Christian, and about his followers among the Jewish sages Abar. So this is the rabbi who converted, who came and communicated to him his affairs and wrote for him a book. So this is now the accusation that Abar, Kaib, al-Abar, he is the one that wrote the Quran. They compiled and wrote their names in the beginning of a chapter of this Quran, and they compiled and wrote, "Thus did the sages of Israel advise the dumb, wicked man." So this is again the thing that I read earlier in Theophanes and the other Jewish writing that this is in the Cairo Ginzia fragments. So a giant library that was found in Cairo of Jewish works. So we have again this idea of the mysterious letters of the Quran's being this statement of Surah Al-Baqarah. So thus did the sages of Israel, the rabbis, advise the dumb, wicked man, speaking of Muhammad, hidden and confused so that he would not understand and become cursed for. Gap. As for those sages, said to whomever would understand the code so as to not join up with the Gentiles. So because they would see the Aleph Lam Mem and they would read that as stupid. So you can also say that the Aleph Lam Mem means there's a footnote. So I'm going to bring myself up. There's a footnote within the Talmud of scribes. Whenever they would write it, they would be like, "Oh, this passage doesn't make any sense, or this passage has no meaning," and they would use the letters Aleph Lem Mem to denote when something had no value or no substance or no meaning. So, according to the Jewish theories back in the day, the reason though those letters exist at the top of Al-Baqarah is because it was a Jewish scribe that wrote it, and he added those letters at the beginning of the surah to show Jews who read it that this book, this Al-Baqarah, has no value, no meaning, no purpose. I think that's really funny. I don't think we can prove that whatsoever. I think that's a really funny idea, though, that those letters were added as a Talmudic scribal note to show other Jews that the Quran has no substance to it, no meaning to it. Do not take it as from God, is the idea. They made from a Quran and wrote and compiled their names, each one in a chapter without cause for suspicion. And so then this becomes one of the common polemics, and he goes through quoting the other versions and everything else. I do want to go through Aquinas, and I kind of want to read Maimonides because he's pretty brutal with it. So Aquinas is writing about Christendom. This is Contra Gentiles. I don't remember what book this was from, chapter 6 of that. So this wonderful conversion, or Yeah, this wonderful conversion of the world to the Christian faith is the clearest witness of the signs given in the past. So how can you know Christianity is true? Well, the whole world converted to Christianity. So that is not necessary that they should be further repeated, since they appear most clearly in their effort, for it would be true more wonderfully than all signs if the world had been led by simple and humble men to believe such lofty truths, to accomplish such difficult actions, and to have such high hopes. Yet it is also a fact that even in our own time, God does not cease to work miracles through his saints for the confirmation of the faith. On the other hand, those who founded sects committed to erroneous doctrines proceeded in a way that is opposite to this. The point is clear in the case of Muhammad. He seduced the people by promises of carnal pleasure to which the conspicuous, no, concupiscences, it's 1 a.m. at the moment. Conspicuous, that one, of the flesh goads us. His teaching also contained precepts that were in conformity with his promises, and he gave free rein to carnal pleasure. And all this, as is not unexpected, he was obeyed by carnal men. So he gave carnal promises, and then carnal men obeyed him. As for proofs of the truth of his doctrine, he brought forward only such as could be grasped by the natural ability of anyone with a very modest wisdom. So basically, he brought truth that only like stupid people would believe. Indeed, the truths that he taught, he mingled with many fables and with doctrines of the greatest falsity. He did not bring forth signs produced in a supernatural way, which alone fittingly gives witness to divine inspiration, for a visible action that can only be divine reveals an invisibly inspired teacher of truth. On the contrary, Muhammad said that he was sent in the power of his arms, which are signs not lacking even to the robbers and tyrants. What is more, no wise men trained in things divine and human, believed in him from the beginning. Brutal. Those who believed in him were brutal men and desert wanderers, utterly ignorant of all divine teaching, through whose numbers Muhammad forced others to become his followers by the violence on his arms. Nor do divine pronouncements on the part of preceding prophets offer him any witness. Basically, he doesn't appear in the Bible. He claims to be in the Bible, but he's not actually in the Bible. On the contrary, he perverts almost all the testimonies of the Old and New Testament by making them into fabrications of his own, as can be seen by anyone who examines his law. It was therefore a shrewd decision on his part to forbid his followers to read the Old and New Testaments, lest these books convict him of falsity. It is clear that those who place any faith in his words believe foolishly. Brutal, dude. Absolutely brutal. Yeah. Oh, yeah. A bunch of them. I have a number of them. A lot of the Joseph stuff is just straight up Syriac homilies. Like the whole idea of his brother, like Joseph being surrounded by wolves, for example, straight from a Christian homily. I think it's Ephraim. Or Jacob of Sarug. I think it's Jacob of Sarug. So you have of like 900 differences between the Jacob of the Bible and the Jacob of Islam, and the vast majority of those are Christian or Midrash. So a lot of the details that could be Jewish could also be Christian, such as the 4 rivers of paradise. The exact type and order of those rivers are found both in 2nd Enoch, a Jewish source from 100 AD or so, and from the Apocalypse of Paul, which is from the 400s. So you have 2 different sources, one Christian, one Jew, giving the exact same description of paradise with all the trees, all the carnal pleasures, the 4 rivers, made out of milk, honey, wine, and one of them says oil, the other one could infer water. So a clear liquid, and then also milk, honey, and wine. You have so many stuff that is just, it's incredible, dude. Yeah, Jacob Sturg is definitely copied. He's one of the sources, for sure. Good night. So you have that. And then to quickly wrap up, I do want to go through all the times that this is Maimonides. So this is the Epistle to Yemen. This is from Maimonides. Maimonides was a dhimmi. so he couldn't say Muhammad. So he only referred to him as the madman. So first off, he insults Jesus, and then says, "May his bones be ground to dust." Maimonides is not a fan of Jesus. He was a Jew because his mother was a Jewess, although his father was a Gentile. So he's repeating the lie about the Roman centurion and Mary getting it together. So then he calls him an illegitimate child and all that stuff, and then describes us as the descendants of Esau. So again, very common Jewish stuff. After him arose the madman, who emulated his precursor since he paved the way for him. But he added the further objective of procuring rule and submission, and he invented his well-known religion. All of these men proposed to place their teachings on the same level with our divine religion, but only a simpleton who lacks knowledge of both would liken divine institutions to human practices, which is super ironic because that's what the rabbis did that he is adopting from, that he then also denies. Like, Maimonides, like, takfirs all of Jewish rabbinic history up until him. Like, he changed Judaism. Judaism was not the same after Maimonides. It's an entirely different religion from what it was before him. It was way more Islamic before Maimonides. And Maimonides itself, he was basically a Muslim. So it's interesting. He makes a way more figurative and also more literal at the same time. Everything that seems fanciful and crazy, he allegorizes. He says, no, it's all just moral teaching. None of it's real. None of it's true. So all the miracles of the Bible, gone. God becoming a man, coming to earth, gone. All that stuff, gone. Basically, humans are left alone and God only exists in heaven and can't come to earth. And all the times where the Bible says that God came to earth are just false. It's just like, are you really even a Jew? Anyway. Which is also why the rabbis of Maimonides' days burned his books. They got the Christians to burn his books because they were so offended by his version of Judaism, because it was very different than the Judaism taught by everyone else for 1,000 years. Anyway, yeah. He mentions Muhammad as the madman several times. And then even talks about him, and these are the arguments. Oh, I like this phrase. So in your letter, you mentioned that the apostle has spurred on a number of people to believe that several verses in scripture allude to the madman, such as the Bimyan Myod in Genesis 17:20. He shined forth from Mount Paran in Deuteronomy, a prophet from the midst of thee in Deuteronomy 18, and the promise to Ishmael, I will make him a great nation in 17:20. These arguments have been rehearsed so often they've become nauseating. It is not enough to declare that they are altogether feeble. Nay, to cite as proofs these verses is ridiculous and absurd in the extreme, for these are not matters that can confuse the minds of anyone. Neither the untutored multitude nor the apostates themselves, who delude others with them, believe in them or entertain any illusions about them. Their purpose in citing these verses to win favor in the eyes of Gentiles by demonstrating that they believe the statement of the Quran that Muhammad was mentioned in the Torah. But the Muslims themselves put no faith in their own arguments. They neither accept nor cite them because they are manifestly so fallacious. Inasmuch as the Muslims could not find a single proof in the entire Bible nor a reference or possible allusion to their prophet which they could utilize, they were compelled to accuse us, saying, you have altered the text of the Torah and expunged every trace of the name of Muhammad therefrom. They could find nothing stronger than this ignoramus argument than the falsity of which is easily demonstrated to one and all by the following facts. First, scripture was translated in Syriac, Greek, Persian, and Latin hundreds of years before the appearance of Muhammad. Secondly, there is a uniform tradition as to the text of the Bible both in East and the West, with the result that no differences in the text exist at all, not even in the vocalization, for they are all correct, nor do any differences affecting the meaning exist. The motive for their accusation lies therefore in the absence of any allusion to Muhammad in the Torah. Get it. Man, if only Muslims actually read history and learned and did these things. Like, we have people for centuries, like Maimonides, 1100s, like for thousands of years, over 1,000 years, Islam has been just absolutely bashed and destroyed, and over and over and over again, people have repudiated it and shown how false it is. Every source we have early on, even the Islamic sources don't fully agree with each other. It's just crazy how much we have so early on. And again, this is going to be in the stream, but like we have stuff from the like 630s and 640s, like right after the time of Muhammad. We have these accounts happening describing Muhammad. So for the mythicists, that's kind of a dumb argument. For Islam, that's the dumbest argument you can take, other than atheism. I think atheism's the dumbest, and then Islam, and then Hinduism. Islam is just so obviously false. Why? Why be a Muslim? Anyway, this is good rage bait material against Muslims. I mean, it's actually just my opinion. But like, yeah, to have the Jewish rabbi say that is having Maimonides. Anyway, then you also have the Zumurrud, which is a free-thinking work from Al-Rawandi's works. So he gives arguments against prophethood. He gives arguments against the Quran, the test of the Quran, and so he gives similar things to Al-Razi. So the Zumurrud attacks from various angles the doctrine of the unrivaled beauty of the Quran. It suggests several natural explanations for the fact that the Arabs do not produce anything similar to the Quran. It argues that this may be due to the fact that the people of the Quraysh were more eloquent than members of the other tribes, and Muhammad was a particularly gifted individual, or to the fact that Arabs were too busy fighting with Muhammad and had no time to invest in poetic competitions, or to the fact that the Arabs were uneducated people. Zumurrud also argues that the Quran is not really that beautiful in the sayings of Aktam Ibn Sayyaf. There are more beautiful sayings than we gave you in abundance. The Quran is written in faulty Arabic, and its language can be corrected by human beings. The Quran is full of contradictory, absurd sayings, and it cannot possibly be the speech of the wise one. At any rate, while the language of the Quran may seem to the Arabs to be proof that Muhammad was a prophet, it cannot be expected to impress non-Arabs. It's a little small, but very, very much true. It also discusses specific Quranic verses attempting to point out their logical flaws and calls into question the Muslim tradition about their circumstances of revelation. As the example of the Mubahala cluster shows, such discussions also touched on other issues such as the validity of Muslim tradition and the Prophet's alleged miracles. So this is a very big work. This specific book, it's actually not a book, it's a paper. The specific paper is going through, it's called The Blinding Emerald, Ibn Rawandi's Kitab al-Zumurrud. And this work is the summary of what we just read. Devastating critique of Islam. I think it's around 1000 AD whenever it was written. And it so again, every single thing that Christian polemicists are coming up with now, from studying it from scratch, is pretty much what people figured out 1,000+ years ago. Nothing new under the sun. Everyone who has studied Islam has obviously come to the same conclusions, that Muhammad couldn't be a prophet. The Quran can't be from Allah. The Quran is full of contradictions, full of errors. The Arabic itself is kind of bad quality. There's better Arabic poetry out there than Muhammad, and Muhammad even kills poets because they make better poetry than him, which is kind of funny. I mean, it's sad that he went out and murdered people, but it's funny that he was petty enough to murder his critics who were writing better poetry than him. So, anyway, those are the sources for Islam from the Jews and Christians and non-Muslims early on. Some sources from Muslims, and most of that coming within 100 years, so like the first 3 hours of the stream, with 100 years of Muhammad, giving him by name, giving his genealogy, giving his calling, and then also saying that he was inspired by a monk and inspired by rabbis to write the Quran. So Talmudic dilemma, Islamic dilemma, Mohammedan mythicism doesn't really make sense. Yeah. Okay. I think that's all I'm gonna go through. The rest is gonna be in my book, which will hopefully be done this year. And for those watching on Chase and Andrew's channel still, thank you to the two of you guys that are still there. Those watching on my channel, thanks. I don't know if I might do a chill stream with Ash Mays this week. He was on my pirate stream for a little bit. And he's like, hey, you want to do a chill stream? So might do that. Otherwise, I'll be hanging out with my family and or writing my book. So I'm going to be dedicating more time to that. My book is at 530 pages, although I need to remove around 100 pages of text. So I think it'll get around 5 to 550 total. It's around twice the length of the Quran. And you could technically skip a full third of the book if you're not interested in the background of Arabia and how Jews got into Arabia and all that stuff. If you just want to go through the parallels between Islam and Judaism and Zoroastrianism and Greeks and Christians and Gnostics. If you just want to go through that, that's about 300 pages of material, about like 250. So half the book you could read just for the sources. The other half is the argument of how Muhammad got it, why he used it, how he used it, and all that. So it's a very comprehensive argument to show Islam is false, but you can also use it as basically like a source textbook. So it's going to be fun, and all of it's going to be available for free online across 3 websites. So next year, we are going to be destroying all the foundational claims of Islam even harder than we've been doing the last couple of years. So look forward to that. I look forward to that being done with it. But thank you guys for coming out, for tuning in. Thank you all for the super chats and the gifted memberships. And yeah, may the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you always.